today we need to complete, recognize, evaluate, and respond to system interaction. That means we are talking about system thinking. Okay, it's all about the thinking process. So basically, this system includes interdependent and interacting domains of activity, which is a, we can say, which is a holistic view, which is consisting of factors inside and outside the project. Systems are constantly changing, requiring consistent attention of internal and external conditions, and the project who are being responsive to the system interaction allows the project to leverage positive outcomes. This means in a project work, for example, if there is any small change in the resource, then it might have great impact on the project work, and some people will get affected for this, like contractors, suppliers, service providers, regulators, and changes the project cost, project schedule, budget, these all things. So project team is inclusive of so many people with diverse skill sets, but these individuals with diverse skill set often get engaged as a project team just because of the project system or common objectives. So we can go for some skills to do this system thinking, like empathy with the business areas. So yesterday I was talking about doing empathy mapping, right? Can anybody remember?
Yes,
Sympathy and empathy. Right. So after we complete this project management principle, I will let you know how we can do empathy mapping. It is one of the best practice to understand things from the viewpoint of the customer. So those skill, one of the skill will be empathy mapping with the business areas, empathy with the business areas, critical thinking, assumption, and challenge to them. Right? These are the things. So after that, okay, let me give you an example. Is there any person from Chennai?
I'm in Chennai.
Right. Okay, then you are from Chennai. I believe there is a place called Alandu. Do you know the place? Alandu?
Heard about it, sir. I'm not actually belongs to Tamil Nadu. I'm from Andhra. I'm working here sir, in Chennai.
Okay. Okay. Have you people heard about the term PPP model, public-private partnership? Yesterday, the response was very good, very awesome. But today, people are not active. Is there any problem, guys?
Sir, is it about the public-private, some government projects where
Yes.
direct foreign direct investment FDIs they are inviting
FDI is bit different, but PPP model is bit different.
Government is involving private organizations to take part in the process, right?
Yes. So one of the example is based on PPP could be on system thinking. Okay. So I believe Dheeraj, Kalpana, Pooja, and Sampada, are you people active?
Yeah, Partha, I'm listening.
Okay. Actually, yesterday the session was very good because we all have had active participation. So if I'm replying something, I'm telling something, I'm getting handful amount of reply. But today, is this for Sunday?
No, not like that.
Okay.
It's
I
all.
believe this is for Sunday. These people are thinking, okay, again, we have completed our education, and on Sunday, this person is taking session and continuously he's asking for reply. How many times, for how much time I'm going to reply? Okay. See, actually, if you reply, it motivates me, right? It helps me to speak.
Right.
Right.
Yeah, will do.
Yes. So we have heard about the PPP model. We can give an example of this. So you can listen to this very carefully so that you can have a broader understanding. So this type of project consists of project team members for both the organizations so that they can have assumptions, ways of working, mental models which are functioning with the project on their home organization, because you can understand the culture of government organization, right, and the private organization. Both are very different and they need to be combined, both of them, to create vision. So the example is from a place named Alandur. It is situated in Chennai, and this project has happened in the year 1996. So prior to 1996, the town did not have an underground sewage system, and all the sewage was managed with individual safety tanks. So in the year 1996, Alangur municipality announced an ambitious plan to construct an underground sewage system and waterways treatment facility with the participation of the private sector. Contribution from public and payment to be provided by the city. The proposal at that point of time was transformational, as it involved a service never before made available by the municipality, which with the financial and management responsibilities being shared by the municipality, the residents, and the private sector and the state government. So these three people actually actively participated in these three: the municipality, with the residents, private sector, and the state government with the public sector. Here, the objective was behind this project to improve the standard of living of the residents of Alangur, to provide the most essential basic facility to all the residents of the town, to eradicate the mosquito venus, to avoid the, the recurring expenditure on septic tanks, cleaning and procedures, and to avoid underground contamination. So according to this PPP structure of this complex project was governed by three contractual mechanisms, and they are awarded, right, for that table. So it is known as EPC, Engineering, Procurement and Construction. So there are many more examples of PPP like Karnataka Urban Water Supply Improvement Project is also an example of this PPP model. Latur Water Supply Project, Vadodara Halloy Toll Road, Delhi Gurgaon Expressway, Mumbai Metro, Hyderabad Metro, Amritsar Intercity Bus Terminus. So there are so many PPP models we can have as an example. Now there are some sort of skills which supports on system view of the project. We are already told it is empathy with business areas, critical thinking, challenging assumption, and seeking external people and advice. So you can see all these four things in this PPP model. So this was all about critical thinking, that is recognize, evaluate, and respond to the system interaction. Demonstrate leadership behavior. That would be the next one. So here we will understand about demonstrating leadership behaviors. So project managers like you lead the team, and we lead the project to a successful completion. So if you will not set up and act as a leader, then you are at risk of being seen as an administrator. So leaders in the context of project management is different from leadership in other domains because of the leadership the manager has with the team. So leadership in the project management is something you do as well as something you experience. So can anybody tell me what are the differences between a leader and a manager?
So normally manager or boss, he will just tell you, I want this. And leader, he involved with us. He carry the task along on his shoulder and he will show the path. Manager will not tell you how to go. Manager or boss, he will tell you what he want. Whereas leader, he will whatever target may be, he will show the path, how to go up to there and how to get the target and everything. That is the main quality of a leader, what I think. So boss will not involve with us, whereas leader, he will involve with us. He will walk the way, show the way, and finally he enable us to reach to the targets.
Absolutely right. When we focus on, or when we act as a boss or a manager, we only seek the outcome, the result, the output, right? we only talk about the output. But when we are talking from the perspective of a leader, we focus on doing the job. We always don't ask for that particular report, right? We used to say, okay, this thing has to be done. You haven't done it. So what are the problems? Why you didn't do this? So that person told, okay, these are the problems. What happens? The person suddenly tells, okay, let's do it together. I'm going to show you how to do this thing. So the leader acts in this way. But if it's a manager, the manager can tell you, you haven't done this. Okay, sit right now, do it. How you're going to do it, I don't know, but I need the result. So the attitude would be like this. Right? So this is
Right.
the difference in between both the person. Now, in the project management, you are the boss, you are the administrator, but you need to act like a leader. Like you need to help your team members understand the vision and the goals and their role in delivery. How? By leading some sort of example, being the organizational culture, being in the organizational culture, you can mentor colleagues. So who can tell me what are the differences among teaching, mentoring, coaching, and training?
Sir, teach from just whatever I know, teaching is transfer of knowledge, and mentoring is it's just like guidance. Mentoring, who has the mentor is someone who has got more experience in that particular subject. He can mentor us. Mentoring or counseling something, he can give us the guidance how to do this. And coach, he is there to develop our skills by giving some new techniques. Coach, and who is the last one, sir? The teacher, mentor, coach, and one more. Who is the last one, sir? You asked me one more question.
Teacher, mentor, coach, and instructor.
Instructor, along with the knowledge, he will show you some demonstration also. Instructor, along with the instructions, along with the theoretical knowledge, he will give you some demonstration skills also. He will show you how to do this. Whereas teacher will show you only, he will tell you only, he will transfer the knowledge. Whereas instructor, along with the transfer of knowledge, he will demonstrate how to do this. This is what briefly I know about these things, sir.
Okay, others have any other suggestion or something like that?
I agree with this.
Okay. Other? Anyways, other people are here. Yes. John?
Yeah, I also agree with this on the same lines.
Okay. Pooja and Sampada are you there?
Yes, teaching is about giving knowledge, while coaching is focused on individuals.
Yes, absolutely right. Whatever you have told and it's supported. So if we focus on the instructor always focuses on providing some sort of instructions. Like suppose you are operating some kind of a machine. So instead of understanding the SOP, you can do what? You can take help of the instructor so that the instructor can instruct you how to operate. Okay. An instructor typically provides formal training by imparting knowledge and their skills. But if we talk about the coach helps individuals develop specific abilities or behaviors through the feedback and his personal experience. Suppose if you need to become good in something, you need to get coaching. Right? Coach would be there with his experience, with his sheer experience, he or she is going to help you or make you understand about the particular thing. Now, if we talk about a trainer, then trainer is, the job of a trainer is to provide the skills, the set of skills to help you go to the optimal performance on your role. Right? It is time based. Like we are doing the training over here, so the training time will be 36 hours. So it's a time bound thing. And if we talk about the mentor is something different. Mentor not only helps you with his experience in professional field, but also helps you in the real world. A mentor can solve your personal problem for you. So these are some sort of differences. So sometimes you need to be an instructor, sometimes you need to become a teacher, sometimes you need to become a coach, and sometimes you need to become a mentor to your team as a project manager. Now, there are several leadership styles. Can anybody tell me how many leadership styles does exist?
Style in the sense, I didn't get you.
How many types of leadership skills are there?
He should be a good listener. Approachable.
And
Good decision maker.
I'm talking about the leadership style, right? It is a bit different. Do you think that every time if you behave in the same manner with the team, they are going to do the job? You think that?
No.
So what is the solution for that?
Sir, as per my knowledge,
Motivate.
autocratic and democratic leadership styles, sir.
Democratic leadership. What is that?
Team leader should be diplomatic sometime according to the situation, and he should know how to take out the work from the team members.
Whatever both of you has told is absolutely okay, but why there is no uh, confidence? What you have told? You have told absolutely right thing, correct thing. So democratic or participating is one of the leadership style, right? But first of all, we want to start with the autocratic one. Yes. One is autocratic. So what we can have in autocratic? The name itself is depicting the entire thing, right? What is all about the autocratic leadership. In autocratic leadership, the leader used to tell you what to do, what not to do. You don't have any kind of independence to make any kind of changes, whatever the leader has told you or instructed you to do. That is what is known as autocratic leadership style. Now, can anyone give me an example of autocratic leadership style?
Sir, in army, maybe they prefer autocratic.
Sampada, your voice is not clear.
Okay. Sir, in army or in like warlike situations, autocratic.
Play. Yes. A real life example happened with you.
So in my experience, so what I have done in the office means like once I have got a signed agreement from one client, and by mistakenly the client first name was same. So while sending a mail, I have sent that agreement to another client, another company. So this was a compliance issue. So my leader told me that write a mail to compliance, whatever the reason is, and also go and speak to the senior boss and explain them the scenario, and delete the all the mail from, means recall all the mails of the clients, and also send a separate mail to the client sending it, please delete, it doesn't belong to you, and by mistakenly it has been sent to you. This is the simple scenario which I had faced.
Okay. Anyone would like to provide their examples on autocratic?
Like Hitler, sir.
Okay, I'm sorry. I was talking about the autocratic leadership style. So we have received some comments. So Hitler, yes, but I have told to provide an example from a real life scenario. So,
Someone
I
like a
provided
judge.
one. Someone like a judge. Judge is not a leader. He is providing uh, information, right? He's the, he's in the
Like your
position.
prime minister.
Yes. See, one of the biggest example of autocratic leadership is when in the year Corona hit India, Corona hit world. So the government, the authority told us what? The authority told us, like, do not get out of your home, stay inside your home. Now there are some people who got outside of the home. What happened? They got arrested. Wear mask, keep distance of at least 3 feet. So these are one of the example of autocratic style. No, where we can apply the autocratic style.
For example, you have put up a new project, so it will help us there. Like for example, you have a new machine setup running, and you have certain instructions that has been laid down to follow. So there is no stoppage, or there is no quality issues based on that. So you follow the set of instructions, so you get the desired output.
Yes. Again, we can have some projects which are risky. There are some projects which we may work in where the team members work will be very much risky, like creating some bridge over ocean, doing some project work in hilly areas, doing some project which is associated with handling chemicals, project in pharmaceuticals. So this kind of risk, where risk, the negative risk is there, we need to take attention, and over there, we need to act as an autocratic leader so that we can keep the people safe. Right? So these are the these are the areas where we can go for the autocratic style. Now, there is also another style of leadership that is known to us as democratic or participating. And for autocratic, it will be also the authoritative. Is known to us as authoritative. So here in this democratic leadership style, the democratic leadership takes very controlled approach towards the team. Participated leader asks the views of all the members so that they don't feel nepotism. They don't feel biased. So they can avoid conflict. Right? So after everything is done, all the leaders take decision which they feel is good to take. Now you as a participant can take a part in this activity. You can provide your insights, you can provide your experience, but the ultimate decision maker would be the leaders over here. Right? So participative leaders actually encourages the group members to participate. That is the one and only thing why it is going to as democratic or participative. Okay? So team members can contribute their insight, but ultimate decision maker will be the leader. That is what democratic or participative is. Then there is also another way, that is the laissez-faire. So in this leadership style, the leader will not guide so much, because here the participants need to do all the things of their own to get out the problem. So in time of discussion, the leader will help in very little manner, and participants will include themselves in expeditions and will find out the solution and make a decision. Now, over here, there is one thing. You will get very little guidance from the leader. You need to complete the job of your own. Now, where we can use this? What do you think? What do you think? You are not providing any assistance or support. You are telling your team, okay, whatever resources you are in need, I am ready to provide you the resources. But ultimately, I will be sitting here in folded hands. You all are the people who need to execute the job. So where we can use this kind of leadership?
I know that the participants are, if my team members, if they're capable enough, the skill is, if they are skillful, then instead of giving them instructions, I will tell them what I want. I don't give any, I don't give any special instruction. Whatever output I want, I'll convey them. This I want this. Then I will depend upon their skill.
Okay, so this would be the one scenario where we can use this thing, but what maybe the other scenario where we can use this instead?
Suppose you want to get somewhere and there's a driver, so there's no particular guidance from the leader. So that job has to be completed on his own by the driver. And leader tells only that I need to reach here.
Okay. See, one thing you may have experience that in team, there are some person who don't like to do their job properly, right? In proper manner. Instead of telling so many times, you don't want to do the job. At that point of time, if the leader thinks that my team is capable enough to do the job, but due to their problem, they are not focused on their work. So instead of helping, the leader does what? It tells the entire team that these are the resources. You all are the people, you all are the skilled people, you all are the SMEs. You need to complete the job within this given time. I don't know. I do nothing about this. For resources, I can give you. But the work need to be done by you within this time. It acts like a boss, but he's a leader. So in this type of places, we can use the laissez-faire thing. Then comes directive. So directive leadership is described as telling followers what need to be done and giving appropriate guidance along the way. This includes giving the schedules of specific work to be done at specific times. Reward may also be there as needed. And this particular role actually helps removing the ambiguity. Now, this leadership is similar to autocratic leadership. Mostly in defense, we have seen this type of leadership where seniors take decisions and others need to follow. Right? That is what directive is. Then number 5. Supportive. This is also kind of leadership. So under supportive leadership, the leader makes work pleasant for the employees by showing concern for them. and by being friendly and approachable. So supportive leadership is described as considering the needs of the follower, showing concern for their welfare, and creating a friendly working environment. So this includes increasing the followers' self-esteem and making the job more interesting. So this approach is best when the work is stressful, boring, or hazardous. Okay. So, so here leaders take decision alongside or based on the team member. Okay. Now, none of these are recognized the best one universally. But effective leadership can be seen when it has given the best solution. So we can understand this through some examples like in the moment of chaos, directive action creates more clarity and momentum than collaborative problem solving. For environments with highly competent and engaged staff, empower delegation elicits more productivity than centralized methods. So effective leadership can be grown, it can be learned and developed. So it seems professional. So high performing projects shows a universal pattern of continuously improvement. Then comes another one. You can take a screenshot of this because in the following session we will be in need of this. Have you taken the screenshot? You can show a thumb. You read the
Yes.
screen. But I'm feeling like something is missing in my team. That zeal is not there, what I have seen yesterday. Tailor-based context. Tailoring means choosing the right delivery approach based on the organizational context. Tailoring means personalizing, customizing. So we need to customize or tailor what? The team culture, maturity, and what you are delivering based on the context of the organization. So project systems can be tailored with a holistic perspective, including the consideration of interrelated topics. So tailoring has a goal, which is maximizing values, managing constraints, and improving performances. So tailoring an approach is iterative in nature, therefore it is a constant process within itself during the entire project. So project teams understand these tailored-based methods and is usability by taking constant feedback to measure its effectiveness and value to the organization. So tailoring the approach along with appropriate process methods and artifacts can help you and your project team to make decisions about process related to the work. Now, what are the benefits we can have if we tailor our work? You can tell me. Pooja hasn't participated yet. So Pooja, can you tell us if we tailor any kind of work in our project, what benefits we may get?
Hello.
Yes.
Yeah, tailoring, I mean, that could help if there's any changes needed to make the right time. Hello.
Yes, yes. Go on.
Yeah, so that's how, it would help.
Okay, I have created a room again. I created a room again, right? Like yesterday. So there are two questions to you. When a project is tailored, what benefits we can get from various sources? And if the process is tailored, then project team can get some outcomes, some positive outcomes. So what would be this? Okay, so there are two questions. So you have it divided in two groups. Now you are having 10 minutes in your hand. You need to prepare this. Should I write the question again?
Yes. Are you sharing the screen? No.
No, I'm not sharing the screen. I'm just sending you the message so that it can be worked on this.
Can you repeat the question? I have not note down it, or you can put it in a chat.
Yes, I'm putting it in the chat. Provided 2 questions in the chat box. You can see that and opening the
Okay.
rooms. So room 1 is consisting Neeraj, John, and Pooja. Room 2 is for Kalpana, Ravi, and Sarah. So rooms are open. You can go ahead. Kalpana, you can join the group. They are waiting when for you.
I think we can take the lines of like building a house, like you can take your external people's suggestions, opinions, like what could be included, what could be the spacing required for each room, and what kind of layout we need to plan. So that's like a small example where I could talk on.
So in that tailor-based process, there are some methodologies, process, and after that process, and some we use tools and techniques, skilled manpower. Then after using that, these process, we find out a unique thing that is come up in form of product, in form of construction, in industrial projects, industry. Yeah, residential in residence, in commercial projects is commercial building. So that is the thing which come out for all those tailor-made process.
Okay.
I think.
So now we'll do.
So for first one, a project which is tailored can be benefited from a various project is consist of process steps in which we can tailor it in a way where a whole data can be brought on a single page along with the update and the progress in that particular project. It may be it will involve people's team and department into it, so step by step they have to follow the step, and then we can gather all the data on a one page, so it is called a process, and we easily the department can coordinate with each department, and the process coordinator can coordinate with the each team to get the update and the progress of that update on of that project on a timely basis. That's the reason a process is to can be means a project which can be tailored with the step of the process. Second one, if a process is tailored, we can easily take care of our company's compliance as well as the customer satisfaction and their requirement in a positive way, and we can strengthen our relationship as well, and we can take care of our business also.
Okay. All right. Okay, so okay, so both are correct. Am I audible, guys?
Yeah, but your voice is very low.
Some distortion is there in the voice somewhere.
Is it okay?
Yeah, better.
Okay, actually, I have bought a new headphone today, but I am not able to understand the operation of that headphone. So that is the
Sorry?
reason. I have bought a new headphone and I'm not able to understand the operation of the headphone. That is the reason
Okay,
maybe
okay.
I'm getting the
Okay.
problems. It's JBL and I don't understand. There is a switch. Every time I'm
Mhm.
pressing the switch, it is getting on and off. I don't know what is happening with this switch. So JBL is telling it is for muting the microphone, but I don't think it is muting the microphone. Okay, so is my voice is clear now?
Yeah, clear.
Yeah.
Okay. Okay, so I have discovered the question. Okay. So the project, the first question. Okay. See, first of all, when we are tailoring any source of the project, what benefits we may get? First of all, as a project manager, as a team member, the first thing what we are getting is reduction of waste of resources. So as a project manager, we need to always understand how to use the resources, right? So we can reduce the waste of resources by customizing the project work. If we are customizing the project work, then it efficiently use the project resources because we are reducing the waste resources. And we can focus on important factors like customer acceptance. So these are the points what we can get for the first question. Let me give this time. It's very important thing. Let me give it the chat box. Okay, I'll give it this. Reduction in waste of source resources, efficiency in use of project resources, focus on important factor like customer stakeholders. Now, if we talk about the second one, if the processes are tailored, what we can get? We can get increased innovation. We can get efficiency and productivity. I'm providing these things in chat. Please take a note of this because this is important thing. Apart from that, if we tailored all the projects, what we get? We get lessons learned. We can understand the project and we can get experiences, right? We can understand methods and artifacts. Right? New practices of methods and artifacts can be improved. We can discover improved experimentations. And we can increase adaptability of organization. So these are the things what we are getting if we are tailoring the process and the project based on the domain, based on the side. And it's understandable? Yeah. Let's do one thing. Let's take a 10 minutes of break. It's 8:44. Then we are going to cover last four, that is quality, then complexity, risk, adaptability, and change. Is it all right to take a 10 minutes of break, or else we would like to continue? It's okay from my end.
Yeah, we'll take it.
Yeah.
Focus.
So now we will be focusing on quality. That means the key over here. This one will be the quality. So quality should be built into processes and results because stakeholders expect to get an end result that is fit for purpose and meets their needs. So as a PM, you might not have much influence over the process led by the PM, but you can certainly input and offer feedback to try to shape how works gets done. So you have a lot of influence over how deliverables are developed in a quality way. So use that influence appropriately to make sure that you find the balance between code plating and getting a result. Now, if we talk about the quality, quality has several dimensions. What are those? Those are performance, comfortability, reliability, resilience, uniformity, efficiency, and sustainability. You will get these things on the guide, but I am sharing this with you. Yesterday I told about resilience. So can anyone tell me what is resilience? Resilience, can anybody tell me? Guys, are you getting my voice?
Yes, sir, you're audible. So
Okay,
resilience mainly if some force or some external pressure occurs, still that particular thing or object able to sustain without changing its any changing its dimension, something shape. And this is what I know. I think resilience.
Okay. Others would have any understanding on this? Okay, so who is going to start first?
So can you explain?
Yeah, so basically, if you keep customer quality in question was having quality in the project, what the positive outcomes you may get. So in that, if you have quality as your forefront, you can have good sales, good efficiency, good productivity, good customer retention, you'll have good sales, you'll have good customer retention, and there is more reputation in the market, and people would prefer your product or service.
Okay. Complete? Done?
Yeah.
Okay. So other teams?
Santosh, you can go on. I think Kalpana is missing. Santosh, you can tell.
Oh, yes. Am I audible?
Yes, yes, yes. Of course, you're audible.
Yes, I mean, quality is really important in terms of any industry. It could be manufacturing, it could be service industry. Okay, so what is the outcome? I think when you do a quality dip check is when you'll analyze what's happening in terms of the program or the process which we are doing to get the output. Okay, so when you do a quality check, we'll understand the defects. Okay, so we can eliminate certain aspects of it, could be in terms of money, time, or resources. Okay, so that's one advantage. Okay, and you can get that corrected by giving a refresher training or I mean, there's several aspects of getting it done as per Six Sigma. Okay, so we have defects per million opportunity, 3.4 parts per million opportunity. So when any company which has got a 99.9997% of quality will withstand the market, okay, for long duration with a good credibility. Okay, so I think that's why quality is important, and that will be the outcome when we
So
follow.
team B is very much fortunate because they had Santosh. Santosh has already completed his Six Sigma course. So, you know, when it's all about quality, then Santosh is the king over here, right?
Yes, sir.
Yes.
Sir, mainly, sir, this quality, whatever it is there, we need to have these quality checks, that quality audits at frequent intervals, so that we could come to know whether our project is going in the right direction or not, whether our project can sustain for a longer time. Whatever Santosh has mentioned just now, all those defects, if anything, any kind of wastage or there, any kind of defects are occurs, that can be very well be recognized at the early stage. Before that that turns into a massive problem or some kind of headache, before that at early stage itself it can be eliminated, so that our process quality can be improved and it can be sustained for a long time. That is the main motto why we are conducting the quality checks.
Yes. See, if you know, if we are focused on it's towards the quality, there are some basic things which gets changed. First of all, we can have enhanced cost controls, right? If we have quality thing, quality product, quality work, then no repetition of work is required, right? So we can control the cost to some extent if we produce quality product in our project. So after completion of the project, we need to bear some extra cost in order to design that product again. Now, when I'm telling design is not only the thing or the product, how it looks. It's about how it works, right? So we need to make proper design again. We need to work on that particular thing again in order to get the thing done. So if we do not, if we actually focus on the quality, then the first thing what we can do is we can enhance the cost control. Second was we can reduce rework. If on the first time we are focused on control, focused on the quality, then no need to have a rework on that, right? We can reduce the customer complaints because we are providing quality product or service. This way we can improve the productivity. We can have robust product delivery. Decisions can be made based on the success of the project, and we can continuously improve the process of doing the thing in upcoming days. So these are some sort of basic things what we can focus on if we control the cost. Am I right or I am wrong?
Right, sir.
Right.
Right.
Because it's directly or indirectly going to impact the business of that company.
Yeah. So yes, all the thing what you have done was actually correct and in advanced level. But I'm talking about the basic level, right? So it's on the principle thing. Right? We need to focus on the principle thing. Okay, now I need to. Okay, now my voice is okay.
Yes, sir. Yes.
Yes, sir.
Yes.
Navigate complexity. Okay. Not all the projects are complex. All the projects what we undergo is not complex. But most organizations are complex. That is the problem. So it's high likely that you will work in a complex environment at the same point in your career. So understanding the complexity principle will help you apply it in practice. So take a step back and review the situation as a whole, looking for things that might help you to understand the project better. So you can find these all things in PMP box, like continually evaluate and navigate project complexity so that approaches and plans enables the project team to successfully navigate the project life cycle. Okay, actually, Dheeraj, could you please mute your microphone? We are getting. Now, I would like to ask Santosh. Santosh, what do you think? What is uncertainty in general?
Unpredicted situation which arises.
Okay. Ravi.
For which we are not ready or which is not planned at all.
No, I didn't ask you the question. I
Oh.
just going to ask you what is ambiguity then?
Sir, sorry, I didn't get you, sir. Please come again.
What is ambiguity?
Some sort of what is it? What
Is ambiguity?
that means some sort of contradiction. That means we are not clear on the particular thing.
Okay. John.
That means
Something like a confusion.
No. We have understood what is uncertainty, what is ambiguity. But for you,
It's not
what
clear.
is complexity? What is complexity?
Complex is something which you can understand.
Okay. Kalpana, what is volatility?
Hello,
Yes, what is volatility?
volatility.
Yes.
Uh, it is something unpredictable thing.
Mhm. So when
Means
we are,
like when
yes,
we are
yes, go
doing
ahead.
some project and
Uh-huh.
something occurs in between which we have never thought of, and we
Okay.
never assume means this situation will arrive or this error is going to happen. Unusual thing.
Okay.
Example, Corona for the medical industry.
Yes,
Okay.
correct.
That
All right.
has something high
All
risk
right.
or high impacting.
See, we are familiar to these words: uncertainty, ambiguity, complexity, volatility. But all these four things are heavily different to each other.
Yes.
As we are moving towards project management, we need to understand these four things, because when you are working in the project, people may tell there's an uncertainty. You need to understand what is uncertainty. The project is going through volatility. You need to understand. It is very complex. Ambiguity is in the project. So you need to understand the differences. So if we talk about uncertainty, so uncertainty is when you lack the necessary information to make a decision. It can manifest itself in a variety of ways, and it poses a risk to your project success. It's up to you as a project manager to ensure that you plan for uncertainty in advance. So uncertainty means when you lack the necessary information to make decisions. Suppose you are creating a software, but you don't know what to build. Okay, now you came to understand you need to build something based on AI, but also there something are missing based on which you are going to build that AI. That point of situation is known to us as uncertainty. It can happen in any industry. Then comes ambiguity. Ambiguity in project management has to deal with lack of clarity. This could be related to any aspect of the project, such as requirement, project objectives, project constraints, etc. So when we don't have clarity on something, we can tell it's a situation of ambiguity. But when we have lack of information, that must be uncertainty. Then comes the third thing, that is complexity. The characteristics of a program or project or its environment that is difficult to manage due to human behavior or system behavior and ambiguity means lack of clarity. So complexity means when we have difficulties to manage something because of some system or some human or lack of clarity. But when we talk about volatility, this is the possibility of rapid and unpredictable change. What we say, the share market is very volatile because we can see the Nifty is going up and down, up and down. Bombay Stock Exchange, BSE, is going up and down. LSE is going up and down. The share price of the organization is going up and down frequently. The weather condition is going, sometimes it's going cloudy, sometimes it is raining, sometimes sun is shining. Every now and then the climate is changing. So it is volatile situation, volatile condition. Frequent or unpredictable or rapid change. Are these four things clear?
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
So when it was it was an era of Corona,
Mhm.
it was uncertain or ambiguity or complexity or volatility.
Complexity.
Why?
Because they don't
Because
know sustain or not.
yes, we were in Means like we don't have any clarity what exactly it is, how severe it is, and how to come out of it, what is the solution. So everything was there.
But whenever you have
Sir,
switched
I
to the
think,
TV,
sir, I think it is a combination of all these four, sir. This current situation. Combination of all
Yes.
these four.
yes, that's the thing. Because see, whenever we switched on to the TV and focused on any kind of news channel, all the time they are telling that यहाँ पे इतने लोग मर रहे हैं, वहाँ पे इतने लोग मर रहे हैं, यहाँ पे situation बहुत खराब है. तो actually the environment, the situation was unpredictable. People were not able to predict how many means take the death toll throughout the world. We can uh, see some sort of website. I've seen some sort of website where based on the country, they are providing the number of people who already died due to coronavirus. This was a volatile situation. No one can predict when it is
Yes.
going to stop, right?
Yeah.
Also, it is the phase of complexity because it was due to human behavior and system behavior. Ambiguity is there because people didn't have any kind of clarity what to do, what not to do. Some people are telling, okay, eat as much of egg as possible, eat banana. Some person is saying, no, 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 don't eat these all things. Doctors are saying, do this. Again, some doctors are saying, no, 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 do not do this. So it was lack of clarity for us because
Yeah.
we didn't have any kind of information. That means we were lacking of information. So yes, it was the situation of uncertainty, ambiguity, complexity, and volatility when we had the situation of coronavirus.
Yes.
So if we talk about complexity within a project, then complexity within a project can be seen due to some factors like diversity of stakeholders, regulatory agencies, international financial institutions, multiple vendors, subcontractors, local communities, and so on. Right. Human behavior could be one of the cause of severe complexity because human behavior can create complexity by adding elements like personal agenda, which may create conflict with the project goal. So other than this, some factors are which can again create complexity, and they are likely different. They're having in lifetime different time zones, language barriers, variance in culture. If you are having this kind of thing situation, then also it can happen. There could be system behavior when multiple technology systems are used in a project. It could create a threat. It can create a negative impact on the success of the project. Yesterday, I believe I have given 4 recordings, right?
Yes, sir. I think you sent 3 recordings, right?
3 recordings, yes. So have you gone through one of them?
No, I
Or you
didn't.
have just saved? Okay, means I have sent it to you and you have saved that thing. You were increasing, means you are decreasing the storage day by day of your phone or your laptop. Those are very valuable recordings. I have sent you that thing because I wanted you to listen that thing because this system behavior, you could have been understood if you have have listened to that recording of 20 minutes.
Sure, we will surely listen to it. Sir. I mean, due to
Okay.
schedules, we couldn't. But for sure, we'll.
So who can tell me about something about risk? What is risk?
Risk is something that can impact the project or the organization.
Okay.
Risk can be calculated. You can mitigate risk.
See, if we talk about risk, then we find risk is an uncertain event or condition. It can have a negative or positive impact on the project. When we talk about emerging risk, they mean when the project team tries to identify that thing. So according to the principle, both positive as well as negative risk should be analyzed constantly. So the positive effects of the risk from the project goal should be maximized while the negative effects should be avoided.
from our childhood days, if any person is telling us like, okay, what kind of madhya high risk hai. So from childhood days, we came to learn, okay, risk means it's always a negative thing. But in project management, in our life, risk is not a negative thing. It can bring positivity in our life too. So when any risk occurs, if the result is going towards the positive way, so it can be regarded as opportunity, and if that thing is going in negative way, then it can be regarded as threat to the project. If it's an opportunity, then we can take advantage of them. And if it's a negative, then we should prepare the plan to mitigate that. We need to go for proper risk response, right? So project team always try to maximize the positive work. It monitors the overall project risk, its opportunity, and try to decrease the negative risk. Optimizing risk responses are the core to the principle. So the project managers like you need to, be sure that project manager understands what options are available for your risk responses and have a process to choosing the best way forward. Then,
Then something
yes.
like a calculated risk, sir.
Yes, calculated risk. See, calculated risk means what? There could be negative thing, there could be positive thing. You are taking a chance. It can give you a positive result. It can give you a negative result. Suppose,
sir.
as an example, you have started learning driving. You have car in your home. You have started. You are going to the vehicle learning school, and you have started with just 5. You have taken the course for 5 to 7 days. You know how to drive the car, but you don't have confidence. You don't have proper what to say, the word I'm missing. What is that word I must use over here? I'm forgetting. I'm just forgetting. Sorry for that. Competence. Yes, competence. So you don't have that much of higher competence of driving a car. You are just learning right now. But somehow, you got in a problem where you don't have any person who can drive the car. What happens? You have taken a decision. Okay, let's do one thing. Let's take my car. It's a calculated risk. Why? Because you know how to drive. You are running out of confidence because you think that your competence level is in moderate. It's not very high. So you can start your car and you can do the work done. Now, अगर आप यहाँ हुआ without anything, अगर आप बिना ठोके गाड़ी चला के आप काम करे घर वापस आ गए, so it's an opportunity for you. You have done the thing. It was a calculated risk. और अगर यहाँ हुआ आप ठोकते हो, अगर आपको कुछ होता नहीं है, it was very less. So the insurance department can take care of the car, and we can also have taken care of the car because of the security features of the car. अगर ज्यादा हो जाता है तो इट्स नॉट कैलकुलेटेड रिस्क. अगर आप सोचते हो कि मैं 5 किलोमीटर गाड़ी चला के जाऊंगा तो इट्स कैलकुलेटेड रिस्क. अगर आपको लगता है कि मैं 500 किलोमीटर गाड़ी चला के जाऊंगा आफ्टर 10 days of learning driving, and it's not calculated risk. I believe I have made you understand.
Yes, sir. Understood.
Yep. Then comes adaptability and resilience. So a huge part of being able to adapt to any circumstance comes from resilience. Resilience of the team, resilience of the individual, resilience of the organization. So project team must always be able to adapt quickly and effectively to changing situations. This is how adaptation works. And on the other hand, resilience is the capacity to rise after experiencing adversely and continue working after processing the impact. So a project rarely performs in the same way as it planned during the initiation phase. We know there are two factors which are known to us as influence, and those are internal and external factors.
So for example, in a construction project, a court order may forcefully lead the organization towards changing the decision, or an IT project. Okay, some regulation may force them to maintain some criteria and functionality of the software, right? When it was an era of VAT, value-added tax. So one of the main accounting software firm, that is Tally, JD Edwards, Oracle, they were focused on VAT only. But after the new government has formed, they came with new understanding, new practice, that is goods and service tax, GST. So what happened? Those people who were already in this business, they need to initiate a new project. And what is the project? To use or to program GST in their software. They have provided updates to their existing customers and they have sold their software to the new customers. This is how resilience work. Okay. The pandemic events of 2020, what we were talking about, made many organizations put adaptability and resilience. Maximum percent of people didn't have understanding that work also can be done from home. We can run company work from our home too. And after 2020, maximum of the IT industry companies have switched to work from home signature. They have provided facilities to their employees. Employees are also enjoying working from home. They are doing their home job with office job. That is what resilience is. That is what adaptability is. Right. So in project team environment, capabilities that supports adaptability and resilience, you can get it by doing some certain things. What all are the things? You can create a learning plan for them, how to focus on resilience. You need to enhance their technical skills required to deliver the project. And you need to listen to the stakeholders. You need to make them understand how these things are going to run this thing and how we are going to make our approach to get the outcome. Right? So this is how this adaptability and resilience work. And lastly, enable change to achieve the envisioned future statements, change management. The change in project must be handled with caution. Shareholders or the stakeholders' participation will contribute to the implementation of necessary modifications. But too many adjustments may harm the project's outcome. The change in an organization can be internal as well as external. The changes may be implemented by stakeholders, but the change is very challenging for some stakeholders, as some may oppose the change to avoid this. The project team members and the project managers can work with the relevant stakeholders to address the resistance. And these changes can be adopted by the customers after they get project deliverables. So these are the things what was known as the project management principles. These are basically the guidelines. There is nothing to memorize. These all are the principles which every team member as well as the project manager need to abide by while in the project, and you can use it in personal life too. So while answering any question, logic-based question, you need to recall these things and you need to select your question. Today, I'm going to show you some of the questions what you may be getting, but after dinner, I'm going to show you some amazing thing how we can develop the product. Already we have completed the things, but there is a twist.
Yeah.
Okay, Dheeraj is there. Ravi, are you there?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Ready, sir.
John, are you there? Santosh? Okay, Sampad and Kalpana is there. Okay. All right. So, can you people remember that on yesterday's session, I have mentioned 3 development approaches One is waterfall or predictive or fully plan driven development approach. Second was agile, which is meant of or the combination of iterative and incremental process. And the third one is combination of predictive
Both
and
the predictive and
dynamic
adaptive hybrid.
Yes. Right. So if we take an example of waterfall methodology, then there are certain steps which we need to follow. Can anyone tell what those are or what those could be?
Sir, this mainly, if the first step completed, then only we can go for second step.
Yes.
Step by step, we have to achieve step by step.
Yeah. Now the amazing thing is about to start. So we have an understanding of some basic things. Now we are going to start the actual one. Okay. So if we are focused on waterfall or creative methodology, so first it gets started with what? Initiating. Initiating. This will be the first thing what we are going to get. That means we are planning for something. Okay. We are planning for something. We have started planning. Now, it is the planning phase where we have started the planning. So what all are the things we can provide as input over here? What do you think?
Sir, please come again, sir. We didn't get you what you said.
In initiating phase, what all are the things we need to do?
In initiating initial phase, first we need to think about what is our project, what are the resources required, what are the infrastructure that is required, how much manpower is manpower requirements, that everything we need to plan it out.
See, over here in initiation phase, we need to start with preparing some document, which is known to us as some artifacts. Can anybody guess what it could be?
Plan.
No, I'm talking about artifacts. Artifacts means documents.
Documents. Okay.
Like SOPs, sir. What is our plan? What is the methodology? How to go? And what is our starting date, ending date, that everything, all the information.
Anything else? Try to guess. I'm here to tell you, but try to guess.
Business agreement, sir.
Very close, but not exact.
Detailed project report.
Too much close.
Making feasibility report of that and detailed project report.
Project approval, sir. Approval.
Extremely close.
Some background noise is coming, sir.
धीरज भाई थोड़ा म्यूट करेंगे आप अपना बैकग्राउंड बहुत आवाज आ रहा है
My side.
ना धीरज भाई
Done. Say MOU kind of a thing to initiate.
Can we say this?
Yeah, the project charter. So in Six Sigma, we used to prepare a project charter before we initiating any project.
Okay, so you have also
What
completed
will be
Six
the
Sigma.
risk goal and everything. Yeah, I have done
Okay,
green belt.
how
and
many
black belt.
person has completed Six Sigma? Please, tell me so that I can also take some sort of information from you, because you are the people who are in pro level in quality management.
You're actually doing it ongoing.
I have completed green belt and black belt is ongoing. But sir, it is completely theoretical, never applied in operation thing, because operation is different and Six Sigma is different.
I do have a black belt, but
Okay.
the thing is like it is not in quality management, not in
Mhm.
Six Sigma. Rather, the black belt is from martial art. So I don't know anything
Okay.
about
Okay.
your quality management. Right. Okay.
Okay.
So it was a joke. So what do you think? What are the things which we can include in this project charter?
What will be the business goal and what is
Hmm.
the scope of
What
this
is the
project?
organization name?
Yeah,
Okay.
scope of the project, business goal, and who will be the team member, and what will be the formation of the team member, who will be the sponsor, approver, financial people. Many things involved in this. Sir.
Yes. Just give me 1 minute.
Hmm.
Let me share you something. Share you something. There it is. There it is. Of the thing. Okay, got it. Let me share this thing with you. Okay, I've shared something in the chat box. You can download it.
I download. Hello,
Yes.
I download it.
Okay. So this is what known to us as project charter.
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay.
So see, there are some sort of fields which we are in need to complete, like project name would be there, project ID would be there. We need to put the project ID. Suppose, if we are working in a projectized company, project-based company, or we are working in a matrix structure company. So it is normal that, several projects are going on at the same time. So you are in need to provide the project ID over there. Now you need to put the project categories also. After that, we need to provide the name of the project sponsor. If government is sponsoring it with a PPP model, then we can provide the government agency name, or if it's a private organization or an individual, we can put the name over here who is sponsoring the project. Financial assistance. Who is providing the financial assistance? In case of any bank loan, we can provide the name of the bank over here. If somebody from his own or her own end is sponsoring the project, so we can put the name over here. Project cost. What would be the cost to complete the entire project when the put over here? Duration of the project. Okay. It could be in week, in hour, in month, in year. Date of starting the project, contractual completion of the project. Project management unit means where the project, which unit is taking care of that project. If it's a projectized or if it's a matrix organization structure. Same thing, project implementation unit, project implementation agency. So the general project information, from general project information, what you are getting, are you getting any kind of resemblance with what do you mean by project? The definition of the project, what we have completed on the first day, on the second day.
Yes, is it a functional project, oriental or compositive
Sir,
project? kind
it
of
is a
thing?
project
Points
is
of
a
deliverables.
project is a sequence of
Project
an
se-
endeavor which is having some different start date and ending date with some quality deliveries and which has some
Absolutely.
unique in nature. Some unique.
Absolutely right. Absolutely right. So see, all the things has already been written over there, right? So we can see that these are the
Yes.
things. It is completely based on the project itself. Okay. So just give me a minute. Let's move towards the second phase. Summary, scope of the work. So we need to define the scope of the work over here, but in brief manner. And after that, we need to provide the contact detail. This is what's known to us as project charter. It's very simple, it's very complicated. Now again, I'm sending you one another Excel. You can open the Excel and you can see the completed form of this. Okay. So there was a scenario like there is a company ABC Corporation Limited, okay, situated in Finland. So it's a fictitious company. So it has got a contract or doing a project of installation of communication device in a XYZ hospital. So see, there is a project ID. Okay. There is project category, communication enhancement and administration development project. Now, in terms of project sponsor, you can put the name of XYZ hospital, or you can put the name of the bank. Who is providing the financial assistance? The bank authority is providing you the financial assistance. They are providing you the cost, right? What is the cost of the project? $1 million with buffer up to max 10% of the total project cost. That means it is not possible for any concern to be fixed, remain fixed in some certain position, right? That should be buffer. If they are focused on predictive approach, then also if they're focused on agile, if they focus on hybrid, same. But in predictive approach, whatever they have tokenized, you need to be within that. Okay. Duration of the work, 1 month. So all other things what we are having over here. See, scope of the work. Installation of 25 network adapters, 20 network switches, 25 UIP systems on help desk, 20 signal jammers in lab, 100 computers with Microsoft OS in XYZ hospital. After that, contact details. Okay. So these are the people who is responsible to complete the work. So your name and contact details will be mentioned over here as a project manager or assistant project manager. Right. Then purpose or expected benefits or notes, protocols or important reminders. Project requested received on 18th October and approved by project head on 20 October 2022. So these are certain stages where some approvals you have received and you have completed your ongoing process. So this is a kind of thing which is known to us as project charter. Okay. Understood?
Understood.
Okay. So the first work is development of project charter. What would be the second work in initiating phase or initiation phase? Think on this.
Procurement of resources.
Other than that,
Forming a team.
yes, form a team. So here we need to do what? We need to identify the stakeholders. See, you have completed preparing the project charter. Now you need to understand the people who are getting affected with the project. So the organization people, in case of this hospital, so you must know the authority, right? Who are the authority? They are getting some values. They are getting affected by it, right? So you need to understand that. Apart from that, in your project, who are the VPs, who are the CXO level person, who is the CEO, who are the project team members? So you need to understand this because entire project will get carried out by the stakeholders. It is not only you who is going to carry out the entire job, right? So identification of the stakeholder is one of the primary work before starting a project. So we have completed with the preparation of development project charter and identify the stakeholders. Initiation process is completed. Now coming planning. So while planning, there are a lot of things which we need to do. What we need to do, it's a big thing. I'm writing it down. Okay, so this is the list what we need to do. All these things. While we are in planning stage, when you develop the project management plan. So what is project management plan? Can you tell me what is project management plan?
Team who handle the project executions, yeah, or plan the project.
Project management plan is a document.
Mhm.
Okay, it is a document which is providing you the scope and everything of the project in detailed manner. When you are getting all the things in detailed manner, the document is known to us as project management plan. Then we need to prepare the plan. Sorry, we need to prepare the scope management plan. That means the scope, what we have written over there in brief manner, we need to put it over here in a detailed manner. Right. So development of project management plan is the process used to create the project plan, which is made up of all subsidiary plans necessary to execute the project. And when we are planning for the scope, the plan scope management is the process used to outline the approach and the steps for managing the scope of the project during its entire life cycle. Then what we have? We have collect requirements. So collect requirement is the process used to, manage the requirements, which would then define the scope of the project or product that the project would produce. Then there is defined scope, right? So here it is the process used to describe the scope of the final product or service or deliverable, or you can say the outcomes of the project by including and excluding the collected requirements to define the project scope. Then comes create WBS. WBS stands for work breakdown structure. So as a project manager, you need to work alongside a big team, right? So what you need to do, you need to divide the work among the team members. That is what known to us as work breakdown structure. So it is not possible for any person to create some kind of, thing where you can include all the details of the stakeholder when you are dividing the work. So as a project manager, you must keep one thing in your mind that you are the authority, you are everything for the project. So it may happen that you may be in need to understand who is doing what. So there is a document named Work Breakdown Structure or WBS Dictionary. Here, you will get all the required details of the people. Because see, throughout the course of the project, new people may join the project, and some people may get transferred, some people may leave the project. So you need to update this work breakdown structure in continuous basis. Then you need to go for planning for the schedule management. It is very necessary thing, and schedule management, planning schedule management is a process used to outline the approach and the steps for managing the schedule of the project during its entire life cycle. After that, you need to define the activities, you need to go for sequencing them, you need to estimate activity durations, develop the schedule, plan cost management, estimate the cost, determine budget, plan the quality management, plan resource management, estimate activity. Now, the people who have completed Six Sigma, they can be a part of the project team because they can go for planning of the quality management, right? These are the place where these Six Sigma people actually get their job. So there could be identifying of risk, perform quantitative analysis, okay, perform quantity risk, plan risk responses, plan procurement management, and plan stakeholder engagement. Because see, you need to plan the stakeholder engagement, and it is a process, right? And you can say it is an approach. Right? So where you can plan to engage your stakeholders. Right? So these all are the things what we can do in planning or while planning. Then comes what? After planning, what we can do?
Have to take approval.
Executing.
Exactly.
Now we need to execute the work. What we can do over here? Again, it's a big thing. These are the things which we have in execution. So we need to direct and manage project work. See, all the things what we are getting over here is completely focusing on doing the work. Okay, it is the execution phase. Managing the product knowledge, managing the quality, acquire resources, develop team, manage communications, right? Implement risk responses, conduct procurements, manage stakeholders engagement and all. Right? These all are the things. We can monitor and control. So in monitoring and controlling, what we can do?
Taking measurements, conducting some audits and all. No.
See if the project is on track.
Yes, the project is already on track, but here what all other things we can do?
Set some control measures, quality measures, CTQs.
So it's all about, controlling and understanding what is going on. That means monitoring the thing.
Just like evaluation, sir.
Sorry?
Evaluation.
No, evaluation is not there. You can say, we can't say evaluation, rather we can say one thing, understanding. Keeping track what is going on. You can tell this.
Basically analyzing the project, right?
Not analyzing also. Actually, we are understanding whether the project is on track or not.
Mhm.
Okay. And lastly, we can say it is the phase which is known to us as closing, right? So in closing phase, what we do? In closing phase, we actually close the project. Close fiscal. This is what makes this entire thing complete. So now I believe you can understand why this thing is known to us as predictive approach. See, everything from starting to ending of the project, everything has been identified, everything has been planned accordingly, everything has been executed, people have monitored and controlled everything, and at last has closed the project. Now, if it's a predictive approach, then to take note of one thing, there would be sorry, 5 process. There would be 12 knowledge areas, and there are 49 processes you need to go through. In order to complete a project which is based on waterfall methodology. Now, all these things are based on 12 knowledge areas, right? So, what all are the 12 knowledge areas? It's project integration management, it's scope management, schedule management, cost management, quality management, resource management, communications management, risk management, procurement management, and stakeholder management. This is what known to us as waterfall. Sorry, I have mistaken in one place. 10 knowledge areas, sorry. 10 knowledge areas, 49 processes, and 5 processes. So what all are the 5 processes? Can anyone tell one?
Initiating, planning, executing, monitoring and controlling, and closing. Hello?
Yes. And what are all are the 10 knowledge areas?
10 knowledge areas.
Yes.
Plan scope management, plan schedule management, plan cost management, plan resource management, plan quality management and risk management, procurement management, plan stakeholder engagement.
Okay, I will give you something, a document, don't worry. What do you think about this thing? Is it very hard? It's very hard, or it's so, or it's very simple.
We can't say that neither it is a so-so nor it is simple. It is we need to
Alright.
devote ourselves to towards the subject. Then only we can understand something.
This is the one I have shared with you. This is okay. I have shared an Excel sheet. You can open that Excel sheet and you will find whatever I have written over here. It is completely based on the Excel sheet. It would give you an easy understanding. So I've shared that thing in the monitoring sheet. See, initiating, planning, executing, monitoring, and controlling. These are known as process groups. Okay. And these are known to us as the knowledge areas. Okay. So if it's an initiation, then where I need to focus? I need to focus on project integration management so that we are integrating the things. So we can develop a project charter and we can go for the stakeholders so that I can identify the stakeholders. Then we can go for the planning. So in planning stage, you can see that every knowledge areas are working. Means you need to work from everywhere. Okay, you need to work from everywhere. You need to work on integration, you need to work on scope, you need to work on schedule. Okay, you need to work on cost, quality, resource. Let's take an example. Planning. While we are planning for something, we need to plan for the scope, right? So when we are planning for the scope, what we are doing, we are planning the scope management, we are collecting the requirements, we are defining the scope, and we are creating the work breakdown structure because already stakeholder identification has already been done, right? So we can easily recognize the stakeholders and we can provide some responsibilities to them. Again, what we can plan the schedule. Okay. What all are the activities we need to perform? Okay. Suppose you have got a project of creating highway. In order to create the highway, you need to demolish the previously damaged highway parts. So you need to define the activity. You need to, first of all, you need to plan the schedule. When, where, how you are going to do. What would be the timeline? Then you need to define the activity. What all are the activities then to perform before and after? What would be the sequence? Whether that particular work need to be get done before the work or after this work. So you define this thing. Okay. You need to estimate the duration for how much time you can perform the task or within how much time you can or you will be able to complete the task. Then you can come up with the final development of the schedule. Okay. Then project cost management. So everything needs money. You can estimate the cost, you can determine the budget, and you can plan for the cost management. Then comes quality. Plan the quality management. Okay. Project resource management. Here is the place where we can focus on the resources, the human resource, okay, managing the human resource, means planning for the human resource, planning for the physical resource and all. Project communications management. We need to set the communication systems, how we are going to communicate with the people. Okay. Then comes project risk management. So the people who is from the risk management department with their means they are the SMEs, right? So with their skills, they help the project manager to plan the entire risk thing. They first of all they identify the risk, they perform various actions, and based on various actions, they identify the risk. They perform some sort of risk analysis. It could be qualitative analysis, it could be quantitative responses, risk analysis, and based on the analysis, they prepare a risk response plan. Then comes the work of procurement. You know what is the work of procurement, right? So every purchase decision, everything is being handled by this procurement decision. And lastly, in this phase, you have created the work. First of all, you have identified the stakeholder, you have created the work breakdown structure. Now, you have engaged these people on the work. Okay. Now comes to the executing. So initiation is done, planning is done. We need to execute it. So in execution phase, first of all, project integration management would look after because it's all about integrating everything. So there could be change in project charter. There could be change in project development plan. But also we know that it is not possible to change the scope, right? In waterfall methodology. But minor changes can take place due to, it is just the cause and effect thing. Something is getting changed. So you do update the project charter. Okay. You need to manage the product knowledge. You need to carry on with the quality thing. You need to focus on the resources because while you are executing, you are in need of resources. In all the spheres, you need to communicate. So communication would be there. You can focus on the risk responses. You can conduct some procurement because you are executing. And you need to manage all the stakeholders because they are the human resource for you and they're working in the project. Then comes monitoring and control. Whatever they are doing, you need to monitor them, whether they're working on the right way or they're on the wrong path. So maximum thing of validation and control comes here. The cost control, quality control, control of resources, monitoring of communication, monitoring of risk, because they're about to complete the job. We are performing the job and about to complete the job. Lastly, closing. So integration management takes care of completion of the documentation. The completion of the project, that means you are completing the project. You are not handing over the project. After you hand over all the papers to the actual stakeholder who has initiated the project, means the project sponsors, it is done or it is regarded as done. So this is what all are the stages of waterfall methodology is. So you need to perform this one by one. Initiating, first of all, you need to initiate, then you need to focus on planning of everything, then मैदान में उतरना है, बंदे कैसे काम करते हैं उसको देखना है, तो क्लोज करके खत्म करना है. That's it. I believe some sort of question is roaming around inside your mind. Dheeraj,
No.
okay?
Okay. Yes. Okay.
It's very simple to understand, right?
You're right. Right.
John, any query from your end?
No.
Understandable completely?
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay. Kalpana?
Yes, it is clear.
Ravi?
Clear, sir.
Sampada? Sampada, are you there? Okay. Santosh?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah, I think we'll have to relate this.
Okay, Sampada has also told yes. All right. So no problem at all, right? Okay. So we have an understanding of different kinds of life cycle, which is predictive, adaptive, hybrid, but more we are aware of the predictive one.
Yes, sir.
So now would you like to go for the agile one? Would you like to understand the agile one? If you would like to understand the agile one, then the main thing over here is to understand the domains. We already have understood that there are 12 principles which we have already completed. But apart from those 12 principles, there are domains. Now, these performance domains has replaced these entire 10 knowledge areas, 5 process groups, and 49 processes what we have in the waterfall methodology. These performance, there are total 8 performance domains: stakeholders performance domain, team performance domain, development approach and life cycle performance domain, planning performance domain, project work performance domain, delivery performance domain, measurement performance domain, and lastly, uncertainty performance domain. So let's start with the agile. It's a massive thing. Let me share the screen again with you.
This agile comes in domains.
No, see,
Then-
agile is one of the
Adaptive
development approach.
approach.
It's an adaptive approach. Like
Oh,
another name of predictive approach is what? Adaptive predictive approach, waterfall approach. And the name of predictive approach is what? Can you remember?
It's part of the project lifecycle management and development approaches. One is plan-based and the other one is change-based, that is agile.
Can you remember this picture? First of all, it is
Yes,
the
I
waterfall,
remember.
right? This is the waterfall
Yeah.
methodology. Means the other name of waterfall is predictive or fully planned driven life cycle. Second one is agile, where we can include the iterations and incrementals. And lastly, it is the hybrid one. If I combine this waterfall and this agile, we are getting the hybrid one. So we have complete understanding of this at this predictive one. So now we are moving towards the adaptive one. Now, whatever we have done so far, okay, these things, this thing, be a digital assessment and caring steward, recognize,
Yes.
evaluate, and respond to the system interaction. These things, means these project management principles, are the part of agile. Means when we are focused towards agile, we are getting freedom. So agile is telling that there are certain guidelines I'm going to provide you. So you as a project manager need to get inside this, need to follow this thing, and you can do whatever you want to complete the project.
Okay.
It's the limitation which has been performed by the agile people. इसके साथ waterfall का कोई relation है ही नहीं. It's a difficult approach. I'm sorry, it's a different approach. Now this is known to us as project management principles. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 principles. So team development, operational life cycle, planning, project work, delivery, measurement, uncertainty. These are the things what is known to us as domains, 8 domains, right?
Sir, what is the eighth one, sir?
Team 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Okay, there are only 7. What is missing from here? Okay, first of all, there would be stakeholders. Okay, stakeholder performance domain is missing. It's the problem of this PDF. Okay, it should be stakeholders. So the only stakeholder performance domain is missing. So let's understand the stakeholder performance domain. Now I'm just stopping with sharing, because we don't need any kind of sharing of these things. Whether we are in need of the whiteboard. So you'd like to take a screenshot, because screenshot is not required. We have this document, so let's not take any kind of screenshot. Stakeholder performance domain is the thing what we are going to understand. So you all are aware of stakeholders. I know that. But here the new thing to you is performance domain. So first of all, we will start with some overview. Then we will understand the definition related to this domain, and after we will learn everything about this domain. These 8 domains, while discussing about these domains, these are bit lengthy. Okay, so hold your patience. But there are lots of things which we can learn from here and implement. So we know what is stakeholder, but we don't know what is the performance domain, right? So let's understand that before proceeding. So as per PMBOK 7th edition, means PM Box 7th edition, a performance domain is a group of activities that are critical for the effective delivery of project outcomes. They are interactive, interrelated, and interdependent areas of focus that work in unison to achieve desired project outcomes. So there are some interdependent things, they are interrelated to each other, which PMI is saying is effectively needed to complete a project. Right? That is what performance domain is. So all the 8 domains, what we have seen in the form of a picture just right back, every performance domain is connected with every performance domain by some means. So as per PMI, a project performance domain is a group of related activities, right? So these domains are interrelated to each other, which you can see while the training progresses. So you as a project manager is in need to follow these domains in order to do a project successfully, which is based on agile. Now, what would you understand after completing or after understanding the stakeholders performance domain? First of all, you will understand how to create working relationship with the stakeholders. What do you mean by stakeholders agreement and stakeholders impact on the project? What would be the impact of a stakeholder in the project? So we know who are the stakeholders as an individual, group, or organization that may affect or be affected or perceive themselves to be affected by a decision, activity, or outcome of the project. Right? So this is, you can say, is the definition of a stakeholder. This is the definition of a stakeholder. Now, again, like I have discussed with you about the definition of the project. Likewise, you can also, there are some focus areas. May affect or be affected, or perceive themselves to be affected. So when we have people who are or who may affect with the outcome of the project, or they're getting affected, or they perceive themselves to getting affected by the project, they are the stakeholders. We can say them the stakeholders. Now, project manager, project management team, project team, the governing bodies, EMO, steering committee, the supplier, customer, end user, regulatory bodies, all are coming under this stakeholders. The simple way, if I tell stakeholder, then the person or the persons who are directly or indirectly getting affected by the project, we can tell that person as a part of the project as a stakeholder. But before starting the project, we need to identify the stakeholders because we don't know them. We need to identify them. If we don't identify them, it will become impossible for us to engage them in the project, right? Can you, so are you getting any connection in between the principle of waterfall and agile? Any resemblance? Are you getting any resemblance? Guys, in this place, you need to be interactive. It's very complicated scenario.
In stewardship, external something you told yesterday, is that related to that, sir?
No. The thing is, just 10 minutes back, I have shared you one Excel, right? Where I have provided you 5 project areas, right? Five processes, 49 process groups, 49 processes, 5 process groups, and 10 knowledge areas.
Yes, sir.
The last
Yes.
knowledge area over there is the stakeholders management.
Yes, sir.
So it doesn't matter whether you are focused towards predictive approach or adaptive approach or hybrid approach. Stakeholders management, stakeholders comes first everywhere. So there also we were understanding, we are identifying the stakeholders. Here we are also doing the same thing here, right? So there are 2 types of stakeholders from the point of view of a project manager. Can anybody tell me who are this type of the stakeholders? Because previously we knew that there are 3 types of stakeholders. or two types of stakeholders who are internal to the organization and external to the organization. Basically, two types of stakeholders are there. But these types, what I'm about to say, is a bit different from the perspective or from the view of a project manager. One is one stakeholder. Okay, from the perspective of a project manager. Let's write it down also. Can you make any difference? Anyone?
In first scenario, who influence you? It is a thing from where I'm getting the influence. And second, who is influenced by you? This is the one whom I am influencing.
That is what we are in need. That is what which is required in operating of every project. Okay. Now, if we focus on this thing, that is the stakeholders. Basically, yes, Santosh. Santosh, are you trying to say anything?
Yes, sir. Am I audible? Yeah. Okay.
Yes, you are audible.
Who influences? I mean, is the external stakeholders? Okay, can we? I mean, if we take an example of the current project itself, I mean, program. PMI is influence. Who's influencing us? Okay, who's influenced here is the students who wants to get certified.
Okay. You are the project manager, right? Now there are the people who are the CXOs, who are the CTOs, who are the VPs, who are the project initiators, sponsors, and all. So the project manager is the person who is influenced by these people from the top level. But again, in the bottom level, there are the person who are working for the project manager. The project manager can influence by these people. Again, there are also some people who are influenced by the work of the project manager. ये इंसान बहुत अच्छा है, ये जो काम करता है ना बहुत बढ़िया काम करता है, हम इसके टीम पे हैं तो हम बहुत खुशनसीब है, समथिंग लाइक दैट. पीपल आर वेरी मच इन्फ्लुएंस्ड. अरे वाह, मिस्टर वर्मा क्या एक्सेल में काम करते हैं, मैं जितना कुछ सीखा उनसे ही सीखा हूँ. एडवांस लेवल में काम करते हैं, बेसिक्स तो मुझे भी पता है. इन्फ्लुएंस्ड बाय यू. So in terms of stakeholder, you may see various people, like there could be some stakeholder, like if it's a government project, so a politician can be a stakeholder. Suppose you are doing a construction job and within your construction area, you have got that, a 10,000 volt current is going on. There are warnings. So you can do one thing. You can apply for in the electricity board to remove it. So they will perform the procedure and they will do it for it. But what if they don't do it? You need to seek help of that person. But that is external to the organization. It's external to the project. That person is completely external stakeholder. But somehow the person has motivated the people, and within a couple of days, they have performed the job. They have switched the thing in some other area. They have diverted the connection so that you can complete the project here. So now you can get influenced by the people. So there are two types of stakeholders who are influenced by some people and who influences some people. Now, after understanding the stakeholders performance domain, we are going to understand certain kind of thing. What is stakeholders engagement? While understanding the stakeholders engagement, there are several things what we can understand. So as a project manager, we need to focus on stakeholders and engagement to complete the project work. But how we can do that? How we can engage? It's not very easy job to engage these people. So what we need to do? We need to first identify. Then only we can understand them. After we understand them, we'll be able to analyze them. After we analyze them, we can prioritize them. After we prioritize, we can engage them in the project work. And completely, we can monitor them while they are working. So if we successfully handle this domain, then these are the things what we are able to perform. Can anybody tell me that why this identification of stakeholder is very much important? Okay, I want this answer from whom? From John.
It's because the people who can influence or you can get influenced by. So it's very important to identify.
Some stakeholders are easy to identify, like customers, sponsors, project team, end users, and so forth. But high-level stakeholders identification need to get carried out before forming the project team. We need to identify the stakeholders who are directly or indirectly connected with the project, because we may get help or we may get pain while we initiate the project. If we do not identify the stakeholder, we won't be able to complete our job. Then comes understand. Santosh, why understanding a stakeholder is necessary as per you?
So only if you understand what's the thought process of our stakeholder, we can synchronize and get the project successfully run. Okay, so we now have to understand the ideology and thought process of our stakeholders.
So once we have identified the stakeholders, then the project manager and the team need to understand the feeling, the emotion, the belief, the value of the stakeholders, what they need, what they think, what they expect, what they feel about the project. You need to understand. Added to these, need to analyze the stakeholders' aspects, like the power, the impact, the attitude, the belief, the expectation, the degree of influence, proximity of the project, interest in the project, and there are a lot of aspects surrounding the stakeholders. Actually, why we are in need of doing these things? Because these information helps the project team consider the interaction which influences the motivation, action, and behavioral stakeholders. Sometimes, it may be seen in projects that Persons are highly motivated towards the project. They're telling everywhere, okay, see, I am the part of the project, a wonderful project going on. But he's pessimistic in some cases. So the project team member can detect this perception and can respond related to the project in optimistic way, because you are the person who need to keep everything focused towards the project work. Demotivation, demoralization shouldn't be there. Then comes analyze. So, Kalpana, what do you think? What is analyzing the stakeholders and why we are in need of this?
Analyzing means like we have to analyze how much the stakeholders involvement will be there in this project, and what is his requirement from us, and how much he will be participating in this project. We will be analyzing all those things.
Absolutely correct. So here you need to understand what are the factors that motivate the stakeholder, right? So you need to find out and understand each stakeholder's interest, power. The entire process is known as stakeholder analysis. So to analyze stakeholders, there are some aspects which are attitude, belief, degree of influence, proximity, power, impact, which already I have told. So stakeholders matrix is a graphic version of a stakeholder analysis. So you can create a stakeholders matrix and you can understand that which stakeholder you can seek help to complete which work in the project. The stakeholders matrix is also known to us as stakeholder mapping. So if any person is asking you what is stakeholders mapping, what you are going to say, Ravi?
Stakeholder mapping lesson.
Yes, stakeholder mapping.
It is all about understanding them, identifying the correct, identifying them, understanding them, and analyzing their beliefs and thoughts. Everything comes under stakeholder mapping. Sir.
So how can you understand the stakeholder?
By having interaction with them.
But how you are going to prepare the deviation? How would you understand? While interacting, what are the things you will focus on?
What their thought process, what their beliefs, what they're expecting from the project.
A simple thing you need to perform here. You need to categorize them, right?
Yes, sir.
So how we can categorize them?
Priority wise.
It is an analytical method known to us as power or interest grid.
Okay.
It looks like this. There is the square, here is the square. It looks like this. This is what a grid is. So we need to make sure about the power or interest grid. Now, how can we say the power and interest grid? That means we are simply categorizing all the stakeholders, right? Now, there are several ways how we can use this grid. Now we are using this grid from power and interest, right?
Yes.
Create this thing for you. It's a complicated thing as well as very simple thing too. Okay, so it's completed. This is what's known to us as power or interest grid. So it looks like that. Okay. So it would be better if I can get some sort of more space, but it's okay. I need to draw a line. So it is completed. Let's talk about high power and low interest. That means you need to provide the name in this grid based on the analyzing part of yourself, of the stakeholders, right? So high power, low interest. So these are the stakeholders who you typically want to keep satisfied, who are having high power, but they're having very low interest in your project. So can anybody tell me who are these people? Who are these designators?
Politicians, ministers.
Politicians and ministers have high interest in projects. Why you can understand?
The common citizens.
Common citizens have very much interest. They are very much interested. They have high interest.
Government officials.
See, these are the stakeholders who you typically want to keep satisfied. Try to understand the thing what I'm trying to say. You are the person who would like to keep them satisfied in your organization.
My top level management.
Yes. The CEO, the CTO, the VP of the company, the board of directors, the steering committee. These people have high power. They are the authority. But they have very little interest on the project because there are several projects is going on and you are one of the project managers and entire responsibility, accountability has given upon you. So why they would take interest in the project? If you ask them, they will respond to your project, respond to you, but they are not going to entertain that. Right? So this person may not be directly involved in your project, but the position can give you a lot of influence over it. Okay. Low power and low interest. So this category includes stakeholders who probably need to monitor. Who are the stakeholders who would like to keep them in this grid, this box?
Like members.
Employees.
Okay. See, low power and low interest. Employees have low power and low interest. If they are not interested doing the project work, then as a project manager, you are not successful.
Okay.
Think out of the box.
Your managers.
No. We are talking about the grid. We are talking about the grid, which is consisting of low power and low
Customer.
interest people. No, customers
Sir,
are having very much interest. They are
sir,
very much
just like admin staff, like supporting staff, someone.
See, what I am told while discussing the project previously, that can you remember one thing I have told yesterday, that if any internal or if any external stakeholder is asking for any change in the project scope management, if it's based on anything, but the project manager is unaware of that thing, what the project manager will do? Suppose Sampada is the person, Sampada is the project manager, Kalpana is the external stakeholder. Now, Kalpana has requested Sampada that, okay, Sampada, see, I was going through the project scope management plan. I found that we are going towards the wrong way. So if we can get the diversion over here, the project deliverables should be great in nature. So Sampada told, okay, Kalpana, I can understand. But I have a bit knowledge in this area. So I would like to call a person who is John. John is the SME in this field. So John can sit with us. John can understand the thing, and John can suggest us. John is the SME, and John is the external person who is having no power. John is an outsider. He is providing expert judgment only by his skills. So John is having low power, and John is having very low interest in your project. He is not bothered about what is going on in your project. You have provided him money and told that, John, we are in need of you because we have stuck somewhere. So John told, okay, don't worry, I will take 1 lakh of rupees and definitely I'm going to sort it out. So John have nothing to take care of anything of your project. It's nothing for him. So the people who are the outside consultants, the SMEs, we can take those persons and fill this place.
But then, sir,
Okay.
how are they relevant with this project?
Relevant means because they are also working in the project, they are helping you as a project manager. So they have already become a stakeholder. They are the external stakeholder to you.
You mean we have already appointed an external consultant for the projects and their thoughts
Yes.
to,
Yes.
okay.
Right. There are some agencies to which we can seek this kind of help.
Who give the neutral
Yes.
opinion.
Yes.
Oh, okay.
Suppose you don't have understanding, you have risk management people in your project team. But there is something has happened. You are doing a project of a football ground. Now you don't have any understanding, or your team doesn't have any understanding on working on a football ground. What you did, you contacted the agency and you told that we are in need of a person who is an SME in risk management system and who has prior experience of handling this kind of project previously, preparing football grounds. That person can tell, okay, definitely we have Ravi with us. He is one of the SMEs who can help you in this risk mitigation thing. So you can appoint Ravi as an external person. Certainly, Ravi don't have that much of interest. Whatever is going on, Ravi has taken money. Ravi is going to provide service. That's it. It's simple. He's not going to get job in your project, right? So this kind of people, we can put them in this low power and low interest. Then comes high power and high interest. This includes the stakeholders you want to manage very closely. So who are the people whom you need to manage closely? I expect answer. This answer.
High power, high interest, maybe project managers.
Project manager is doing the thing. So why project manager keep himself in any kind of stakeholders group?
So sponsor.
It's our employees, the frontline warriors who work for the project. The actual
Santosh is very close, but not the frontline workers.
So sponsor, project sponsor. It's like a financial team or finance management team.
You can
They
keep
have a
them.
high.
You
Sorry.
can keep them. You can keep them. But what
Okay.
about the internal thing, internal stakeholders?
Who
Have
does
you ever
the actual
visited?
work?
I believe in your lifetime you have some. you
Sir,
have-
skilled workers, skilled workers,
no,
those
no,
who
no.
have good high skill.
They don't have high power. They may have high interest in the project work, but they don't have high power. Do you think that a person who is driving the car has the control over the organization to make any kind of change? No, Sampada, CEO, CFO is not the place where we can keep them. We need to keep them in high power, low interest. We've already kept them. Have you ever visited doctor's clinic?
Yes.
There is a person who always keep track of the patients, right? They used to help the patient. They used to note down the name of the patient, suggest things,
Sec-
right?
Okay.
The assistant to the
Receptionist. Assistant. Yeah.
receptionist, doctor's assistant.
Mhm.
कभी उनके साथ झगड़ा हुआ आपका?
हाँ.
कैसा फील हुआ? आपको ऐसा फील नहीं हुआ कि वो डॉक्टर से बेहतर है? From his words.
हाँ, ऐसा फील हुआ कि I think means like they are more authoritative than the doctor.
Yes. Same happens with the supervisor in the project,
Yeah.
right? The supervisor
Yes.
feels like they are the boss of the bosses,
Yeah.
and they start heading everywhere.
Mhm.
And those people are situating in such a place that those people are having high power. They can do anything what they want, right?
Yeah.
They could be the
Yes.
functional managers too.
Mhm.
If it's a project-based company, or if it's a strong matrix organization, or it's a balanced matrix organization, these persons should be monitored very closely.
Mhm.
इन लोगों की गतिविधि पे ध्यान रखना पड़ेगा, क्या कर रहे हैं वो लोग. Else they may become the cause of termination of the project.
Yeah, because they are a direct approach contactable to the
Yes.
senior person. Yeah.
Yes. Now a person who is working with the procurement team or the logistic team, अगर आपसे पंगा हो गया तो बोल सकता है, रुक बेटा मैं तेरे को दिखाता हूँ.
Yes.
लॉरी आने
Yes.
दे, मैं तेरे को दिखाता हूँ. These are the people who we need to monitor closely. And
Yeah.
lastly, we are having low power, high interest. So this category includes people you probably need to keep informed. So this might be someone from the creative team or a senior employee from a different department, right? The HR. Right? These are the people like HR or high level person who is having low power. Like there is a department, I am not getting the name in my mind. Matlab they all are experienced, they all are aged, and they used to suggest everything, but they don't have any power. It's like the president of India. Ultimate authority, but no power to implement. So these all are the kinds of people where we need to keep them in low power and high interest bids. This project may heavily involved or affected by this person, but they have little control over its direction.
Mhm.
So these are the person we can probably put into the grid. So now, is it possible for you to categorize your project stakeholders based on their power or interest?
Yes.
Yes, sir.
But then, sir, these categorized can be depend on the scenarios also, right, sir? At the same time, we cannot analyze on all the things.
It
As you
depends.
said,
Like it
yeah.
depends. It is again, see, anything may get changed. That is what tailoring, customization, or
Yes.
personalization is,
Mhm.
right?
Sir, I have a doubt. Where can we put
Yes.
our team leader, project manager from this four
Creative
Project
categories?
team.
project manager itself or himself or herself is doing the thing. So there is no need to put the project manager, but In high power, high interest, you can put these people. They can intervene anywhere. And they can create
Yeah.
fatal situations.
Depend on their experience.
Yes, yes.
Yeah.
As a project manager, as an authority, as an accountable person, as a responsible person, you are the person who need to keep them within your control.
But then,
You need
so
to-
these people can be biased also then.
Yes, of course, that is the reason you need to get informed. You need to analyze them.
Yeah.
That's the reason why you are keeping them. You need to monitor these people from very closely.
Yes.
Right? So in the
Right.
same way, we can do another thing, that is power or influence grid. It is also like the same. So the power influence grid contains 4 quadrants. Each quadrant give you an indication of the level of the stakeholders management that you will have to employ. So the 4 quadrants of the power or interest grid or power influence matrix of the stakeholder management is like high power, low interest, high power, high interest, low power, low interest, low power, high interest. Like same. There is also impact or influence grids. This grid also helps you understand which stakeholder have the most influence and the impact they can make on the project success. So by focusing on the key set of the project stakeholders, you can prioritize stakeholders' requests, you can spend time as per influence, and impact stakeholders. There is also name salient model. You can take a note where the salient, SALIENT, salient model. This makes the category
SAI.
SALIENT, salient model.
Salient model. Okay.
Okay, I'm writing it down. Salient model. It's a T1. It's the last one. So this makes the categories of stakeholders based on appropriateness of their involvement, which is known to us as legitimacy, power, and urgency. Okay, here are the 3 things based on the salient model. It is the legitimacy, it is the power, it is the urgency. So the salience model was introduced by a person called Michel, Eagle, and Wood for classifying stakeholders within a project. So here you have 3 parameters to categorize. Like previously we had 4 categories. Here are the 3 categories. One is power. Okay. One is legitimacy, and one is urgency. So when we're talking about power, then influence of the stakeholder on a project objective or outcome based on that. Legitimacy is the degree of authority the stakeholder has. And urgency is the level to which stakeholder need to call for urgent responses. So by this, you can create a model which is known as salient model, and you can directly deal with that person. How you can deal with the person? You can fix that person in certain areas. Okay. Let me share you a picture. Bear with me. Okay. This is what salient model is. I've shared that in the group. See the categories. From this salience model, you can understand that who are the stakeholders who are having ultimate power, who are having ultimate legitimacy, who are having ultimate urgency. So the people who are the stakeholders but they don't have anything to do with the project. So you can place them in the place of dormant. There are some people who are very powerful and always shows their authority. So you can put them in the place of dominant. Okay. There are also people who are very dangerous to the organization, dangerous to the project. They are negative. You can put them in dangerous. There are also some people who are very good. You can put them in definite, discretionary. And there are also some stakeholders who are very much dependable upon this project. So you can put them on in the space of dependent. And there are also some people, some stakeholders who are always demanding in the project. So you can put them in the demanding phase. So in this way, you can again create a separate list of stakeholders based on the three things. And as for that, you can plan your further operations and you can complete your job with the project. That's it.
So from your and Kalpana's feedback, I got to know that I have made you understand about so many things, but somehow you have jumbled up,
Yes, sir.
right? Right,
Yes, sir.
Kalpana?
Yes.
Right. First of all, why I have told these things. Okay, just let me share my screen because it's very different situation. Okay. So can you see my screen?
Yes, sir.
Okay. So basically we were talking about stakeholder management, right?
Yes.
So we're talking about stakeholders management. Now, whenever we are focusing on this word management, right, it is a very big thing. Managing something is very big thing. So what we need to do, if we need to identify the stakeholder, we need to manage the stakeholder, we need to focus on stakeholders engagement, right?
Yes, sir.
So we need to understand how to engage the stakeholder. Now, it is not easy to engage the stakeholder because there are different kinds of stakeholders we have. In order to understand these stakeholders, first of all, what we need to do, we need to first identify the stakeholders. Who are the stakeholders, right? Because there are internal stakeholders, there are external stakeholders, right? For internal stakeholders, we are having the project team, we are having the people who are directly getting affected by the project, right? So these are the people like the VP, the CXO level person. These all are the person who is the internal stakeholder. Again, we need to understand the external stakeholders. Like who are the external stakeholders? The project sponsors, the customers, the suppliers, the contractors, right? Some SMEs. These are the external stakeholder. So we need to identify the stakeholder, who is the stakeholder and who is the internal stakeholder, who is the external stakeholder, because we need to further communicate with them based on their position, right? There are a lot of reports we generate while in the project. So some are meant for the external people, stakeholders, some are meant for the internal people. So we must understand what document should share with what person. I can't share an internal document to an outsider, right? It may threat the entire project. So this is why we need to identify the stakeholder. After identification of the stakeholder, we need to understand the stakeholder, right? Why we need to understand the stakeholder? Because whenever we are onto a project, we are focused on the deliverables. Now, there is some type of, you can say that there is some type of uh, um, attitude, or there are some type of expectations we can have from different kind of stakeholders. So I need to, or we need to understand as a project manager that which stakeholder is having how much power, which stakeholder can impact this project, what is their expectation, how influential they are, why they are very much or very less interested in the project. What are the things which motivates several kinds of stakeholders? So we need to understand, because before engaging any person, we need to understand his thoughts. So that is the reason we need to understand. After understanding, we need to analyze them. Why we need to analyze them? Because without analyzing any person, I can't share responsibility. That is the reason why we need to understand the power of that stakeholder, the impact of the stakeholder, the influence of the stakeholder, the degree and attitude and belief of the stakeholder. Right? That is the reason how we can do this analyze program. So through stakeholder matrix or stakeholders grid, we can do that. Right? Now, there are types of stakeholders matrix or stakeholder grid or stakeholders mapping we can have. First one is power or interest grid, where we focus on 4 quadrants. We divide every stakeholder, right? We put those stakeholders on those 4 quadrants where they should get fit. First one is high power, the stakeholders who are having very high power, but their interest is very much low, like the CXO level, because they are sitting on the high position and they have included themselves in several kinds of projects. That is the reason they have high power, but they have very low interest in specific project. And that is the reason you are there. You have been appointed as a project manager to look after the entire project. So you can keep these people who are the CXO level. Okay, these persons are not directly involved in your project, but whenever you are in need of something, they can help you a lot. Then comes low power, low interest. This is also a quadrant with which you can put some sort of employees which you are managing, like they are the outsiders. Suppose some risk assessments are there which you need to perform. There are some budget related issues which you need to perform, audit related issues which you need to perform. So instead of involving any internal person in the work, you can hire SME, subject matter expert, right? So these people only take their fees and work for you. Suppose you are hiring an external legal person in order to overcome some problem, right? So that person is having very low power because that person is not directly involved with your project. And as that person is not directly involved with your project, as not going to get entertained for a longer time, that person normally is having low interest in your project. So those are the people whom you can put in this grid. After that, you are getting high power and high interest. Basically, the people who are directly controlling the powers, means the manpower, the other resources like the functional managers, the supervisors, this kind of people. These kind of people are having great influence. These kind of people are having high power. These people are having high control over their subordinates. So if you do not monitor these person, they can make anything, because if they take any wrong step, the project may get terminated at any point of time, right? So these are the people whom you should monitor very closely, and thus you need to put these people in the grid of high power and high interest. And again, there is a grid which is low power, high interest. Okay, so there are some people who are from different kind of team. Also, you can consider some sort of testing customers which are having very low power over the project, but they are very much interested whatever is going on in the project. Activists have low power, but वो लोग नारा लगाना शुरू कर देते हैं अगर if there is any problem. They are having high interest in the project, but their power is very low. So in this way, we can categorize, we can divide all the stakeholders and we can analyze them. And as per our analyzing power, we can engage them, right? So that is the reason we focus on power or interest grid, which is one of the way how we can classify them, how we can prepare a segmentation of the stakeholders. Apart from power or grid interest, we can go for power or influence grid. Now, power or influence grid again is having that 4 type of quadrants what we had in the power or interest grid. Now, previously it was power based on power and their interest, like high power, high interest, low power, high interest, like this. But now, when it is power or influence grid, it is bit different. The name is getting changed. It is completely focused on power of the stakeholder and its or his or her influence over the project. Apart from this, we can go for influence or impact grid. Again, we are categorizing the stakeholders based on their influence and impact over the project. Then there is salience model, salient model. In salient model, there are three quadrants. One is based on power, means if we are focused on salient model, then we are categorizing the stakeholders based on three things. One is power, one is legitimacy, one is urgency, right? So these are the way how we can analyze the stakeholders. That's it. After that, we need to prioritize. Why we need to prioritize? Because we have identified the stakeholder. Okay, these are the stakeholders. Now we need to understand that what is the requirement, expectation, belief, thoughts of these stakeholders in the project. Then we need to analyze, okay, so these are the people. So let them divide in subcategories so that I can manage them very closely. Okay, whatever they are in need. After analyzing, you need to prioritize that what kind of responsibilities you are going to give that particular person. That is the reason why we need to prioritize them. So there are some sort of things like you can go for enabling linkages, functional linkages, normative linkages, and diffuse linkages, again to categorize or put that priority on them. Okay. And lastly, what you are doing, you are engaging them, right? So that's what is known to us as stakeholders engagement. It's very simple. You just need to focus on these things. I believe now it is clear to all of you.
Yes.
Yes, sir.
Pooja, are you there? Pooja, am I audible to you? Are you there? Okay, Pooja, I believe is not present there.
Actually, sir, last time you told us to you told us to refer one book, PMBOK 7th edition.
Yeah, read the PMBOK 7th edition.
Yeah, PMBOK
Yes.
7th edition. I got everything, but unfortunately, last Monday morning, we were detailed it somewhere else. We have been asked to move from Chennai to some other
Okay.
place. Some emergency work has arrived, and I have came back today afternoon. Only I came back from Bangalore. For last 6 days, I was in Bangalore. Literally,
Okay.
sir, morning 5:30 to night 10:30, we were engaged in maintaining, ready the aircraft. Some emergency was there. I didn't. Literally, I didn't get not even a half an hour talk to my family members also. That was the situation last 1 week.
Okay.
And further, what happened this today afternoon, I came back and I took leave for 10 days. Next 10 days, I will be on leave. So I hope
Okay.
now I can concentrate on this study. That is the only
See.
reason I couldn't go through whatever content you have talked about. Otherwise, at least I could have opened my mouth. You asked me 10 questions, I would have told even 1 or 2 questions. But
Actually, previously in previous batches, I believe in year 2022, I had a batch of people who are working in Amazon and some kind of this kind of place from they are from United States, right? So it was night for me, it was morning for them. So when we start the session, they actually starts yawning because they just wake up in the morning, right? And I'm the person, I'm also yawning because it's night for me. Right. But the thing is, like, it was amazing and pretty surprising for me that instead of the timing thing, the hardships, uh, they never late for they came on time. They are never late for their sessions, and whatever responsibilities I have given to them as homework, after doing the job, I'm not disclosing the position. It's high position. It's high ranking in Amazon. They are, completing those things because they have that zeal within them that I need to pass this examination and I have to perform. That is the main thing. What is required to pass this examination? That's it. I'm also surprised by their engagement, and throughout this 4 hours of time, every person's microphone stayed on. It got never muted. We are in continuous talk with everyone. That is what actually motivates me as a trainer. And if I'm motivated, then I will make you surprised,
Yes, sir.
right? But again, I also need motivation from you. So you need to also keep speaking. You also keep asking me. I didn't understand. Like I can see that in previous session, I have introduced this thing, the stakeholders engagement with you. But I find that you and Kalpana didn't understand. But
Frankly
as you
speaking, sir,
told me,
yes, sir.
as you told me, now I am able to understand you. So that is the reason you need to tell me the things.
Yes.
Like Kalpana was telling me so many things. So I can understand that she is puzzled. So I can help you in that way. But if you do not tell your concerns, how can I do that, right?
Yes.
Yes, you are telling something.
Sir, normally what I do, just after going through this, when I open my notebook, I used to go back my previous recordings. Sir. From there, whenever I get down, I just from there I get my whatever answer I required, that I used to get it from your recordings.
Okay.
So that's how I used to learn, and it is very easy also for me. But unfortunately, this 1 week was totally I was blank. I was literally some national emergency. I couldn't do anything at all.
No, it's
Anyway,
okay. You can focus.
I hope this 10 days, I hope I can get back on the track and do it this.
Definitely do that. All right. So when we are talking about stakeholders engagement, so we have identified, we have understood them, we have analyzed them, prioritized them, engaged them. Now, in order to complete the job, what we need to do? We need to monitor them. That's it. This is the entire thing, how you can engage the stakeholders in your project. Apart from this, there is nothing. There are some terminologies like pull communication, push communication. So communications which are sent to the stakeholders, such as memos, email, status report, then voicemail, and many more, are known to us as pull communication. Right? These reports are sought by someone. And push communication. Push communication means the information which is sought by the stakeholders, such as communication policies, templates from online repositories and all. So it is like pull. When you are asking something, you are pulling communication. When you are trying to implement something or would like to notify something, it is push communication. That's it. It's very simple. So any question now? Now it is
Sir,
clear for both of you.
Sir, just one more thing, sir. Just pull communication, push communication. Just tell me one more thing.
Pull communication.
Pull communication, simple word. Pull communication is.
Pull communication means when your boss asks some sort of report. Any kind of stakeholder, when any kind of stakeholder is asking for any kind of report. Suppose you are the project manager, you are solely responsible to handle the client. Now you have a client meeting. The client is asking that Ravi, what is the current status of the project? Means he's trying to pull the communication. He's trying to get some sort of details from you. That is what pull communication is.
And push communication means.
Push communication means when you are the project manager and you are having subordinates. So you are sending some policies. You are sending some templates. These are the policies which has been already been changed. Suppose you are sending travel policies to them.
Basically, to implement certain things in that project.
Yes, yes. Suppose you are providing some information to them. That is what push communication. That is what it is. Yes.
Like a project manager cannot reach to the bottom level of the person to explain all those things. It should
Yes, you can pull communication from the stakeholders, means the supervisors, assistant supervisors. But when you need to tell them that, okay, this is the company policy, you must understand, read this article, that is push communication. Suppose assistant supervisor went to some place to bring some project thing. So you have given advance to that person. Now that person need to provide the vouchers which you need to add, right? So you can sort that person, you can tell that person where are the memos or vouchers. You can do one thing, you can come to the office and you can send it to me, you can hand it over to me. Full communication, right? So this is what stakeholders engagement is. Okay, now what we need to do, another thing, that is the second one. The second one was team performance domain. Okay. So now we are going to look after the team performance domain, and whatever we are doing right now, it is completely based on Agile and the PMBOK 7th edition. Okay. So project team, we know, is accountable for generating value for the organization by producing the project deliverables. That is the reason why a high performing team is a must for any project's future. So team performance domain emphasizes on building high performance teams, coaching the team efficiently, increasing the functioning level, creating collaborative team spaces, and monitoring, measuring of the performance. So in order to achieve the planned goals of the performance domain, we use some processes and actions, as is the case for all the performance domains. Okay. So now can anybody tell me that what do you mean by a high performing team?
High performing
Team.
team.
Team, yes, high performing team.
Team has a maximum of skills and experience.
Okay. Other than that,
They're ready to work for longer hours. They're highly skilled. They can tackle any kind of, even any challenge comes, any critical situation arises, they can very well able to handle that. And they are project goal oriented staff.
Maybe they have hold a good record of solving these issues or the project solving with good quality.
And especially they are having quite good experience in related to the particular project. They are already having good experience in that.
okay. All right. So everything both of you told is fully correct. High performing teams are typically trustworthy, well organized team. The high performing team usually demonstrate positive behavior. They are committed to the project and are always focused on the requirement of the stakeholders and team members, who takes responsibility when needed without any hesitation. Right? So a high performing team communicates openly and explicitly. They value diversity and they keep their performance sustainable. Now, we know that we must go through domain in order to understand how to perform the job. But what would be the output? Because whatever we are doing, we need an output, right? So what are the output what we can get if we understand this domain?
What output can we get? This is what you're asking,
Yes,
sir?
yes. What output we can get?
We can timely we will complete whatever in Agile we will have time oriented goals. This last
Okay.
project. So in time whatever particular projects, whatever time schedule is there, by the time you will complete everything.
Okay.
There will not be any lag. There will not be any lag in that.
Mhm.
We can achieve the targets on time, and we can whatever resources are there, we can we can utilize the resources optimally. And any innovations required that time also they can be implemented. That is the outcome of this high team.
Okay.
I hope.
Okay. See, we are getting.
Completed
Yes.
on time with as per the requirement of that project, with a good quality, with the performance accuracy.
Okay. All right. First thing, what we are getting is shared ownership. We will be understanding shared ownership. We will understand a high performing team. What is a high performing team? Okay. And we will understand leadership and interpersonal skills, which is demonstrated by the member, right? So we are going to understand these three things. If we can able to understand this domain. Okay, so
Yes.
let's understand this high performance, team performance domain. Before going to the detail, what do you think? What is project manager?
Project manager is the one who gets the approvals for the project, who takes the initiative for the project, plans, and who coordinates for the resources, how to pull the manpower from other sources, and how to break the project into small segments, how to give the timelines, and the
Okay, if I
what it is
if
called,
I
that selection of proper
compress
leaders.
if I compress all the words what you have just told, can we tell that the project manager is the person assigned by the performing organization to lead the project team that is responsible for achieving the project objectives?
Yes, sir, exactly.
Right. So that is what known to us as project manager. But this question is not going to come in your examination, the define project manager, right? So we are in need to just understand the concept,
Yes.
right? The person means an individual assigned by performing organization, means the organization who has taken the project into consideration, who is operating the project, has given, assigned a person, an individual. Why? To lead the project team. See, focus on this thing. To lead the project team, right? That is responsible for achieving what? Project objectives. That is what project manager is. If we talk about project management team, then we can say the members of the project team who are directly involved in project management activities are known to us as project management team. Then comes project team. So project management team and project team is different. If we talk about project team, then a set of individuals performing the work of the project achieve its objective. Now there are the three things I'm giving you in the chat. You can take a screenshot or you can note it down, and it is available in Inbox 7th edition. Okay. All right. Now we're going to understand project team management and leadership. So when we talk about project team management and leadership, then project management we know involve applying knowledge, skill, tool, techniques to manage the activities of everything based on leadership activities, basically. Right. So the management focuses on meeting the objective, means the project objectives like the process, planning, coordinating, measuring, monitoring, these all things. But leadership activities focuses on people, like influencing, motivating, listening, enabling, these all types. That's the reason we can have two type of management. Okay, one is centralized and one is distributed. So we can have further, one is centralized, one is distributed. So what is centralized and what is distributed? So leadership activities should be within every team member. Management activities were centralized or distributed. If there is an environment where there is centralized management activities, one individual was assigned as accountable, like the project manager or the person who is holding similar position. So in order to achieve the project outcome, a project charter or authorizing document need to provide to the project manager for approval. That is what known to us as centralized management and leadership. And if we talk about distributed one, then it is a bit different. The activities in a project work is shared among the project team members who are responsible to complete the work. Also, situation may come where the project team members may get organized to complete the project without the presence of project manager. So in centralized, project manager is responsible, but in distributed or decentralized management leadership, the project manager is not present. So now what can be done?
Yes.
What do you think? Project is going on, but project manager is not present. What to do?
It is a distributed one.
Yes, in
And,
distributed one. Because in
and,
centralized, we have project manager, right?
Yeah.
So project manager is doing everything. He is
Yeah.
taking care of the project and all. But when in a project manager is not present, that means there is several projects going on and the project manager is looking after 4 to 5 projects. Now that person don't have that much of time to focus in one project. So in that case, how the team can be handled, which is known to us as distributed management leadership. What
Under a project team, means like project manager, there will be some team leader to handle that team.
Absolutely correct. Absolutely correct. But here the term is a bit different, right? We can't tell team leader or supervisor or something like this. So without the presence of the project manager, a responsible person can stand out from the crowd and act as a facilitator to communicate, collaborate, and engage the team. Now, this role may get shifted from one person to another person, which is from the project team. Now, what am I going to say? Focus on it very seriously because you may get scenario-based question from this content. A leadership style exists in the name of servant leadership. That means what you are telling as a team leader in project management, we are having that particular thing in the name of servant leadership. SERVANT, servant leadership. So the servant leader actually focuses on understanding and addresses the needs and development of the project team members. Here they need to address some question in order to focus on the team members. That means if you are acting as a TL normally, okay, Kalpana, if you are acting as a TL, what all are the things you would like to do for your team member? What would be the matter of considerations?
The presentees, the work should be done. Whatever the work is allocated to individuals, that should be done in a proper manner, and the completion of the work and they adhere to the policy to do the work?
Apart from them, for your team members, I'm not talking about the work, I'm talking about the team members.
Can you explain little more about this?
Actually, we used to say, right, that okay, mera manager bahut acha hai, he takes care of us.
Okay, understood. It's like a team leader should be approachable for each and everything. Means like if somebody is facing some kind of issues in while doing work or health wise or mentally or some kind, so he should be approachable and he should take care of those people. Apart from that, means like people in a team should be work together with collaboratively. There should be no politics, no awful things should be there in the team.
Okay.
And they should, means like in a team, if somebody means want to grow their skills or something, the team leader should help them to understand. If someone is performing good, he should, means it should be get recognized.
See, project management leaders
Hmm.
focused on different perspective.
Okay.
If you are acting as a servant leader, right, all the reports are nowadays managed by the PM software, right? So that is not a main thing to seek products or some sort of reports. So when you are acting as a servant leader, there are certain things which you need to focus on. First of all, you need to understand that our project team members growing as individual. Like it is not possible to baby feed all the time to all the employees, right? All the individuals. ये काम ऐसे करो, वो काम ऐसे करो. All the time you can't do that. So you need to understand whether they are growing or they are in stagnant position. Second thing, are project team members becoming healthier, wiser, freer, and more autonomous? That means if you are providing any kind of responsible to them regarding the project work, are they seeking help to you all the time, or they are doing some micromanagement and they are doing their job done? Number three, are project team members more likely to become servant leaders? What I told about servant leader, that servant leaders are not fixed, right? So for 3 months, Kalpana can become servant leader. For 3 months, Pooja can become servant leader. For 3 months, Ravi can become or act as a servant leader. So we need to understand whether the people are willing to become the servant leader or not. So whenever we are getting this thing, then okay, our team members are growing individual and they are getting more autonomous. So servant leaders' main focus remains on this. Okay. Now, what is the job of servant leader? First job, obstacle removal. It means the majority of business value is being generated by the project team members. Thus, a critical role of a servant leader is to maximize delivery by removing impediments to their progress, which includes problem solving, removing obstacles that may hamper the project work. Diversion shield. The servant leader can become a diversion shield. To resist the project team getting diverted from current objectives, servant leaders protect them from internal and external diversion. People may influence, bad people may influence that, okay, Ravi, do not do this. It would be harmful. Project manager को तो अपना पैसा मिल जा रहा है, वो तो काम कर रहा है, तू क्यों इतना काम कर रहा है? This kind of thing, right? So this servant leaders are focused on this thing. They act as a shield to protect you from this kind of bad influences. Every person think, okay, that person is getting much better in terms of me. That means I should not focus on work. That person should focus more on the work. But do you think that this mentality is good for your job? Do you think, guys, this mentality is always good for your job?
No, no, not at all.
Not always, sir. Sometimes it may give some negative results also.
Yes, but all the time.
Useful based.
Suppose you are learning something.
Hmm.
You are learning something. You have just joined the project. See, suppose you have completed the PMP examination. You have passed the PMP examination successfully, and you have got through a job. Now, do you think that after getting the interview done, after getting the certification done, directly they will place you in the post of project manager? And do you think if they post you in the place of project manager, you can perform?
So first we need to have some experience,
Yes.
on-field experience.
Yes. Now, at that point of time, if I tell you, Ravi, why you are putting so much effort? Chod, yaar, the project manager is getting so much money. You are getting the least amount of money. Why you are putting so much focus? If I kept hammering that same thing, one day you will find, okay, let's leave the job. Let's find a suitable job where I can get the position of project manager. But
Bad
after
influence.
getting the job done, you will realize that you have done a mistake because you haven't learned anything. You have passed PMP examination, but you haven't faced the actual thing. So in this place, servant leader actually act as a shield. And other than that, encouragement and development opportunities. So in order to keep the project team satisfied and productive, the servant leader provides tools and encouragement. Actually, upon completion of some sort of work, they can, provide some sort of reward to satisfy the members. They can tell some good things for that person. They can appreciate their job in front of all, and that person may feel like I'm the hero, and that person will get supercharged and focused on their work again. So in this way, servant leader actually works, helps, and servant leader becomes one of the means of it is a bridge of the communication in between you and the project manager. Okay. Then comes the second thing, that is the project team culture. Now, every project team develop their own culture, which consists of behavior, actions of the members. The project team's culture operates within the organization's culture, but it reflects the project team's individual way of working. So the project manager is the key responsible person to keep and maintain safe, respectful, non-judgmental, means no place of nepotism, no place of biasness environment. So how we can do this? Kalpana, can you tell us? You have completed the quality management, so I believe you can say some valuable points how we can align person where we can maintain safe and respectful environment. What are all the things which we can do? Okay, chalo, let's I'm telling one thing. Okay. That would be, oh, 1 minute. Transparency,
Yeah.
right? So being transparent in thinking, choice, process helps other identify and share their own process.
Right.
Likewise, what more we can do?
Open door policy means anybody can walk up to the team leader and talk about his concerns related to project or related to their work life balance.
Okay, so can we tell this as a integrity?
Innovative ideas.
We can say it as integrity, right?
Yes.
If you add behavior and honesty, then you will get integrity. So ethical behavior you can expect, right? When there is integrity, so you can get one thing, respect.
Respect.
If you don't have respect, you have nothing.
And
So
there
you
should,
can, right?
there should also skip level discussion with
Mhm.
your bosses. Means like suppose if there is a servant team leader allocated to certain team. So if something has happened, then there should be a discussion from a project team leader with the skipping the servant team leader and discuss with the entire team what all is going on, what are the concern, and what is team leaders behavior with them, and what are they want them to be changed, and what are their feedbacks, kind of a thing.
Yes, if servant leader exists, but if not, then we can directly talk with the project manager.
Yes, but we cannot complain about his behavior to him only.
See, every time we are not getting decentralized
Yes,
or this kind of thing. Like
yes.
here, we are talking about project team culture. We are not talking about the project team management leadership. In project team management leadership, we have two things. One is centralized management, one is distributed management. If it's a centralized management, then we have directly access to the project manager. And if it's a distributed manager, then we need to go through the servant leader. Now, what we are doing, we are doing the project team culture. We are talking about project team culture. But yes, whatever you have told is also correct. If we have servant leader, then we can have the access to the project manager, because we can talk regarding some sort of things which we should, if we face any kind of integrity or transparency issues. And also we can talk with the servant leader, and if servant leader doesn't listen to us, we can go to the project manager. Yes, of course we can do that.
So we can add learning and growing, kind of a thing. Means or I don't know the term what we call help each other, means helping and growing. Suppose there is some new joinee and there is an experienced person, we can buddy up with them, learn and make them also grow, and we should also grow.
Support.
Support. Yeah.
Right, because see, whenever we gets into a new job, we get certain problems like technical problems, environmental problems, interpersonal interaction problems. So these can become or act as impediments. So we can seek support from our colleagues. There are some good people always remain in the team, so who can help you a lot with this, who can provide you some sort of insights, valuable insights, how to perform that job. So we can say support. And when they are supporting us, they are doing what? They are providing us courage, right?
Yes.
There's a new thing I'm going to show you. That is positive discourage. Now, how a discourage can be positive? What do you think? How a discourage can be positive?
If the team, sorry, if the team members, if any particular individual having some kind of like some negative habits or bad habits, something, just asking to get rid of all those things.
Okay.
It is something like that, sir. Positive discourage.
This term is this positive
Be involved in
discourage.
such things.
This positive discourage term is new to you, right?
Yes.
See, diverse opinion, multiple ways of approach, misunderstanding. These type of things may occur throughout the project, right? So people often include themselves in debating with their personal interest.
Okay, that means politely we are saying no. Is that like that?
So see, when people gets into debate, it creates a win or lose situation. Somebody will win and somebody will lose.
Yes, sir.
Where individuals, all the team members are more interested in winning personally. Do you think that they would like to, win for the sake of the company? No, they become self-centered and they would like to win personally. Then they are being opted to alternative solution to a problem. Suppose something has happened. Okay, Suppose there is a major breakdown faced of an engine. Now, two mechanical engineers are fighting with each other. मैं तेरे को बोला था ना वो स्विच मत दबा, तूने दबा दिया. मैं तेरे को बोला था ना कल गियर ऑयल चेक कर, तू चेक नहीं किया. So blame storming started, right? They start showing their powers that I am superior to you. What I have told you didn't do it. That's the result for this loss. But they are not focused how to manage that thing and carry on the project. So they are focused on their individual win-win or lose situation, win or lose situation. They are not focused towards the organization's win situation.
You mean to say we have to have the acceptance quality? Means
See, suppose we are doing the session, right?
yeah.
So there are three people, you, Pooja, and Ravi has joined the session. Whereas 16 people need to join this session. So what I may tell, okay, let's do one thing, let's wind up the session. People are not coming in the session, so when all the people come, I will do that. Now on the next day, again the same thing has happened. Now, again I close the session. Now you and Ravi and Pooja were discussing with each other, सर ये तो ऐसा डेली कर रहा है, पार्थो ऐसे डेली कर रहा है, हमें कंप्लेन करना चाहिए, हमें एकेडमी को बताना चाहिए कि वो नहीं आ रहा तो हम क्यों सेशन नहीं करेंगे. मैं तेरे को बोला कि बोल पार्थो को कि सेशन ले, तूने कुछ बोला नहीं. So we will try to become superior to each other, but we can also do one thing. When in Saturday I denied to take session, three of you can consult, and when Sunday comes, when again we are joining the session, you can tell me that Partho, I believe other people are very busy with their work, so we are keen to learn. That is the reason three of us are regularly joining the session. So is it possible for you to take session with three of us? It is creating a win situation for everyone, but we are not focused on this. We are focused on myself only,
Self-centered.
self-centered. That is what's known to others positive discourage. Is it clear?
Yes, sir.
Kalpana, it is clear?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Understood, sir.
No, I'm talking about Kalpana. Kalpana?
Yes, yes, it is.
Okay. Pooja, are you there or still you are not in front of your device? I believe Pooja is facing some issue. Okay. So see, these are the things what we can integrate in the project team to enhance the culture. Okay. Then we need to talk about a high performing project team. Okay. I will definitely going to tell about high performing project team, but let's give some rest to our brain. It's 8:54. From sharp 9, I'm going to resume. Is it okay?
Yes.
All right.
जाके स्नान कर पहले.
Everyone in?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Okay. So when we talk about high performing project team, what would be our universal goal, or what is a goal of an effective leader? What do you think? You are the leader of the team, so what would be your goal in terms of your team?
In terms of my team, sir,
Yes.
I
Then you would
definitely
like
think
to
that
create
whatever,
when you are trying to convert your team into high performing project team, what would be the factors you would focus on as a leader, not as a boss?
Highly experienced, highly skilled,
Okay.
mature enough to
just
understand the situation,
Okay.
and should able to work collaboratively,
Yes.
not
Great.
exploiting anyone and working.
Yes. Very good.
apart from whatever Kalpana says, my team should be able to
Ravi, your
take up
voice
any
is so
challenge.
low. I can't hear you.
Am I clear now?
Your voice is low.
Now is it okay?
Yes.
Apart from whatever Kalpana has said, apart from that, my team should be ready to take up any kind of challenge. And they're ready for any kind of sometimes some critical situation happen. That means they must be goal-oriented team.
Okay.
Apart from skills, there must be open communication should be there between among the team, and they must they must have encourage each other. It's not that if someone says some idea, others should not take it negative and no, he's not saying that. There should not be anything like that. If the idea
Yes.
good for project or if it is a goal, it is good for our goal achievement, then definitely we have to encourage and we have to show respect towards that particular individual. My team should be like that. There should not be any egos. There should not be kind
Yes.
of negative thing like that.
Absolutely correct. So open communication should be there, right? The
Yes.
environment where team can include themselves in open and safe communication, which will be problem solving, brainstorming, productive meetings, right?
Yes, sir.
Then Kalpana has told collaboration. So in functional structure, we came to understand about silos, right? When we were talking about matrix organization, matrix structure, projectized structure. So in functional structure, we have understood about silos. That means one person don't know what other department person is doing. But when you are focused on creating high performing project team, then you need to break that silos. Every team must collaborate with each other to successfully complete the work.
Yes,
Right.
sir.
Then comes shared understanding. That means the team need to have understanding of the project and its benefits. After that, shared ownership. So can anyone tell me what is shared ownership? An example?
Accountability of their own work.
Shared ownership means I need to have some responsibility over my job. I should feel that it's my own. I have to do it.
Yeah.
Belongingness, exactly belongingness.
Okay, I'm giving an example, right? Suppose both of you are traveling in a train. You and Kalpana is traveling in a train. Mumbai local trains are very famous. I know this. I was in Mumbai and something has happened with me. That is the reason I will always remember Mumbai trains. I was in some a Masjid Bandar station. So I was going to VT Central. Right. So in West Bengal, in local trains, we have only one class. That is the general class. But I didn't know at that point of time, I'm talking about the year 2010. So I visited there. So regarding my company work, so I came to Masjid Bandar and I took a train. I took a ticket and I took a train. Now the TT came to me and told, show me the ticket. So confidently I showed him the ticket. So that person is telling, अरे ये तो first class है और ये तो second class ticket है. So I was wondering, in local train there is first class and second class. I didn't know this thing. So I told the TT that actually I'm from West Bengal, Kolkata, and in West Bengal, was yes, I can understand. In West Bengal, you don't have any kind of first class or second class in local trains. You have only first class in super fast trains. I told yes. So what to do? So that person had pity on me. So instead of taking fine of 500 rupees, he took only 180 rupees from me. So he told that no, sometimes something you need to do. So you
180,
can.
not 5.
Yes. Yes, he didn't took 500 rupees. He understood the problem, and he took only 180 rupees, the charges of the ticket and all.
No, because you were having a second class ticket, na, that's why he charged you 280. If you
Yes,
without ticket, then he would have charged you 500.
yes. So the thing is, that is the reason, I will remember Mumbai locals
Yeah,
through my lifetime.
if you come to
Now, the example, suppose you and Kalpana is traveling in the train. Now, suddenly a person gets inside the train with an axe in his hand and started chopping the windows. So what action you will have within you when you see that thing? That person is very dangerous. With the axe, that person is chopping the entire train and breaking the glasses and all simultaneously one by one. What would be your action? Whether you are going to stop that person or you will try to escape.
That particular individual has already entered inside the train, sir.
Yes, he has entered the train and has started doing his job.
we'll call,
Okay, with the action he started. Definitely.
we'll call a railway cops.
First, I'll try to resist him, sir. Whatever possible, I'll try to.
I don't think you are going to resist that person, because that person is a mad one and he's chopping
He
here
is a
and
mad
there.
one. Then by protecting Kalpana, I'll take first, because Kalpana is my friend. I can't leave my team back. I'll take my team. Kalpana is. I'll take her, and whatever possible way. First,
Okay.
I'll protect her, and I'll,
Railway
as
police.
far as possible, go away from him. Meanwhile, whatever possible, we'll take helpline number, whatever number is 1090, whatever is there, we will call that number. By the time, first,
Mainly he will try to escape. That is the main thing, right?
Yeah.
Okay. Now, second scenario. Ravi has purchased an Audi. Okay. So Kalpana has asked him to, have tea with her. So Ravi has reached Kalpana's home and both of them were having tea and were talking about this exam and all. Suddenly, same kind of mad person came with an axe in his hand and stopped and started chopping the window of that Audi. What would be your action then now?
We will beat him. I mean, like, we'll throw him away. Why he's doing? Because that is our own. And that was government owned.
The action would be like, माँ बेटे को पकड़ और मार पत्थर से, डंडा ले आ बेटे को देख लेता हूँ मैं. Right? Our action would be like this, because he's chopping my personal Audi. It is not
Yes,
government's.
now it makes sense, sir. Because if it is a public property, I am least bothered.
Yes.
Now this matter comes to my costly car. That time I am just risking my life. So okay. Fine, very fine example, sir.
Right. So that is what shared ownership, right? So in first case, it's a government thing. So you don't want to risk yourself because you don't think that it is owned by you. Because see, one amount of tax is invested in these kind of government assets, right? But you don't think, you don't have ownership on that. You could have resist that person, but you are thinking, okay, if I face any problem, what would be for my family?
Yes.
But when it's a personal property, जान लगा देंगे हम लोग, लेकिन नहीं छोड़ेंगे उसको. Something, our attitude would be like this. So same happens with the project. So all the person who is working in the project seems like it is a government owned thing. ये तो कंपनी का है, मेरा क्या है, मैं 10 से 6 काम करूंगा, पगार लूंगा, चला जाऊंगा. This kind of attitude. So this kind of attitude needs to get changed. If you change this kind of attitude and think like, okay, this is my project, I am accountable for this thing, then I'm pretty sure that the team will become a high performing project team, because they will start growing individually.
But then, sir, it depends on the person to person also. I believe.
No, as a leader, you need to make sure that they think in this way. You are the person, you are the leader who makes them, who need to convert them to think like this in such a way. See, as a project manager, you are not directly doing the job, right? You are managing them. They are doing the job. So if you are not able to make them understand in such a way, they are not going to help you in that. There are some sort of individuals, some associates who actually thinks like this. मेरे company में तो ऐसा होता है. You can sense that he loves his company. That person is a professional, but that person also tells you, मेरे company में ऐसा नहीं होता है. तेरे company में शायद ऐसा होता है. So when he using the term मेरे company में, that means he had shared ownership thinking in his mind. That's the reason he does well in an organization and appreciated by people. That is what you need to create within the people. Apart from that, you can say,
This can be created if there is no biasness. First, we
yes,
have
of course, of
believe in
course,
trust.
of course. So adaptability would be there, like as per work environment, the project team members should be able to adapt the way they work. Then there is more
I believe
thing.
individual will perform only when they have this belief that after doing a good work, they get some kind of reward and recognitions out of that.
Of course. See, if you आप उसको खटवा लेंगे, फिर बोलेंगे कि
Both the ends, sir.
Facebook like only, it is not going to help you,
Yeah.
right? The Indian version of Facebook like is what? Have you seen the symbol of Facebook like? Thumbs up.
Yes.
So for Indians, अगर हम लोग हिंदी में बोलेंगे तो उसको क्या बोलेंगे? हम उसको बोलेंगे ठेंगा, right? So अगर काम करके हम लोग हिंदी वर्जन में Facebook like दे दिए उनको, तो बस हो ही गया. They don't expect that. They expect recognition. If that person has done really good job, you can call that person in a formal meeting and in front of everyone, you can give him a standard ovation. That is very much respect. You are showing very much respect to that person, and that person will get supercharged. And he will think, okay, फिर से मैं ये ताली लूंगा, फिर से मैं ये काम करूंगा, something like that. That is what it is.
Motivation, just like a motivation.
People are working
Yes.
for something means like they are working for money. So I
Yes.
believe it includes everything into that.
See, all the people all the time doesn't focus us only on money.
Not money,
Because
they expect some growth, some
of
responsibility,
course,
some
of
kind
course,
and not in a
of
term of
course,
money also.
of course.
So I
In
believe
terms of incentives, you can provide some sort of incentives.
yes, exactly.
Suppose that person has worked day and night to complete the job. So it is your responsibility to lift that person, recognize that person. Okay, this person, Mr. Singh has done a beautiful job. So Mr. Singh, this is for you. What is this? Some sort of incentive from the company. That's it. You can do that thing. Right. Then comes adaptability. So you know what adaptability is. Then comes resilience. Resilience means if your team is high performing team, then if failure occurs, failure may occur, right? So if failure occurs, then it will, you people will learn from that failure and will recover soon. So that turnaround time is known to us as resilience. How you are turning yourself towards the goal. That is what known to us as resilience. And lastly come empowerment. Project team members who feel empowered in time of decision making will definitely go for micromanagement to work in a better way. And we can also include what Kalpana is fighting for,
Recognition.
recognition.
Yeah,
Right.
because sir, I have came across so many people and they are, see, there are two categories. One is young youth and one the person who has crossed 45 and above. So if you are not if you are only recognizing him, that is sufficient for him because he has a mindset that at this age where he will go for another job where he'll get a better comfort because here he's in a comfort zone. If same thing goes with a young guy, he will say, सिर्फ recognition से क्या मिलता है, कुछ पैसा भी मिलना चाहिए. Means he looks after his lifestyle also. So both the things, and or if he is not getting rewarded, at least he should get the promotions or the good appraisals kind of a thing. So I have came across of such people there. Both the means people are saying all the things. पैसा भी चाहिए, नाम भी चाहिए, सब कुछ चाहिए.
So of course, they definitely get these things if they get recognized, right? You need to show your effort and performance.
In principle, where I used to work earlier,
Mhm.
there we used to get the completion bonus also. Means like if I completed 5 years, so I'll get 5,000 vouchers. If I completed 10 years, I'll get some award and then vouchers and then cakes or bouquets will come at home. Like that it is. So
Yes,
we
it
get-
differs. It based on company to company, it varies from company to company. Okay, now we have another thing, that is leadership skill. Okay, so it does not matter whether project operates in centralized authority or shared leadership environment, where we just understood what we just had a conversation regarding. So leadership is requirement within all the project team members. Every team members must pose leadership quality. So there are certain activities, or what you can say, qualities needed within the leader. So let me tell you those. So before going further, I want to know from you that according to you, which qualities should a leader pose?
listening skill,
What leadership skill should a leader pose?
leader, oh, sorry,
Must have.
must have. He should have a listening skills.
No, think carefully from the perspective of a project manager. Critical thinking, use critical thinking. It's not only about doing the job correctly, it is about something else.
Like democratic.
No. Okay, let me tell you this thing. Establishing and maintaining vision. See, establishing and maintaining vision is one of the quality within a leader. In order to understand the project and give focus towards it, every team member should know the purpose of that product first, or the project first.
Why they are
Else,
here?
yes, else they may focus on some other, other things and devote their energy in wrong way. And later, that thing will become a cause of demotivation for them. Suppose we need to purchase a television, a smart TV. So when we get inside the showroom, we don't look for a good TV. We were in a mood to listen from the demonstrators what all are the technologies they have, and they does the same thing. Okay, sir, you have come here to get the LG television. So in LG television, you are having MEMC technology. So if you are watching a movie and the frame rates are dropping, so it can insert a frame over here and your picture will get smoother. Again, sir, we are having ALLM technology. If you have the gaming console with you, you can attach that gaming console. Your TV will start, and start enhance its own color, saturation level, and give you the ultimate experience. Sir, we have Dolby Atmos within it. So if you add 5 point or 6 point or 7.1 channel home theater, you will get the best sound. But do you think these all are the primary requirement of a television? The primary requirement of a television is to get a better picture.
Better picture.
This
Yes.
is the first thing. Others are the side bounded things. You may be getting MEMC technology, you may be getting ALM technology, you may be getting HDR technology, you are getting Dolby Atmos, you are getting Dolby Vision, you are getting universal access remote through which you can control your home theater, your DTH, your TV at the same time. These are the secondary elements. First of all, we need to establish and maintain the vision of the project so that each and every endeavor will go towards establishing the particular work so that we can complete or maintain our vision. We need to understand the purpose of the project. What defines successful project purpose? How will the future be better when the project team outcomes are delivered? These are the things which we can tell. Okay. And again, apart from this, in enabling, establishing, and maintaining vision, we can go for critical thinking. Okay. So basic difference, if we say ambiguity and complexity, so basic difference in between them is not understanding a problem and understanding a problem even after facing critical things. So in both the cases, you need to open your mind and need to show the ability to analyze which will be disciplined, right? The logical evidence driven thing or other thing. So that is what's known to as critical thinking. How to do critical thinking? You can research and gather unbiased and well-balanced information. You can recognize them, you can analyze them, you can resolve the problem, you can do the thing in the right way. You can dig deeper into it and find the solution. That is how we can go for critical thinking. And we can say within a project team member, motivation comes from two ways.
External and internal.
Absolutely right. So the other name of internal motivation is intrinsic motivation, and the other name of external motivation is extrinsic motivation. So the first way is intrinsic motivation, which helps the member to get motivated by his inner self, like achievement, challenge, like Kalpana was telling, to provide the recognition, right? So
Yes.
if a person is getting recognition, award, reward, that person will get motivated from his inner self because he has achieved something. He will focus on personal growth and many more things. And second one is extrinsic motivation, which motivates him from the outsider. You can say when a designator motivates you. Are Mr. Sharma, you have done a good job. This kind of thing is the intrinsic and extrinsic motivation. Again, in terms of extrinsic motivation, reward and recognition actually helps you, right? And there's also one thing required to achieve all this, which is known to as interpersonal skills. Okay.
The problem solving can also be one of the skills.
Yes, that is the reason what I told critical thinking. Right.
Sir,
So
is,
these, yes, carry on.
sir, please tell me, sir.
No, you can carry on.
No, these interpersonal skills means how we are maintaining a relationship with others. Is that like?
Yes. See, you have heard things like emotional intelligence.
Mm.
This thing actually helps recognize our emotions as well as to others. So if your cognition of personal feeling, empathy is strong, then it will help you to achieve every cornerstone of effective communication. Again, I'm going to give you an example. Suppose Kalpana has asked, okay, you have asked Kalpana that, we have become friends after doing this session. So let's do one thing. You can come at my place. We can have tea together. We can have dinner along with our families. So Kalpana tell, okay, that's not a problem. I say I stay in Bandra and you stay in Kolaba, so I can come at your place. So date has been fixed. Kalpana has come to you. Now dinner is complete. So you have told bye bye to Kalpana and her family. So Kalpana, along with her family, is waiting for a taxi to reach their home. It is late at 9. They're standing in the nearby bus stop. It's been 40 minutes. They didn't get any kind of car. Now Kalpana became bit tensed because he's having his family with him, with her. So what she did, she called Ravi and told that Ravi, actually the thing is like we are standing here by last 40 minutes and we are not getting kind of car. What to do? Could you please help me with that? So here are two scenarios which I'm going to tell you. Scenario one, Ravi is telling Kalpana, don't worry, stay more 30 minutes, definitely you are going to get a car. Today is, I was checking the Uber and Ola, they are having very few cars. So don't worry, you will get a car. The second one is Ravi is telling, okay, Kalpana, just wait for 5 minutes. I'm coming with my car, I will drop you off. So can you tell me what is difference in both the statement?
Sir, actually, we have in the second session, you have given the same example, and at that time I was visiting Kalpana. Sir. I think we have already discussed it that time. I was the person who was at a tense situation because I was not getting a cab.
Yes.
And you
So now
told us
can
that
you tell me?
Yes, sir. You in that last time you told us very clearly.
Mhm.
In first scenario, she's if I am just because if I am telling Kalpana, okay, Kalpana, don't worry, you will get your cab in 30 to 40 minutes. You just wait there, definitely you will get cab. Here, just I'm showing just some concern of care that by words, not by actions.
Yes, but the
And
first scenario is known to us as sympathy, and the
sympathy.
second scenario is known to
I'm
us as
getting into the
empathy.
situation. Empathy. Yes.
Yes,
Yeah, you told the same thing. I'm getting into her
yes.
situation. That's what you
That
told
is
us.
what. That is one. What is another? Sense of interpersonal skill. The second one. The first one is not interpersonal skill. It doesn't come under that thing.
That means we have to get into the situation. We have to understand what it is exactly.
Yes. Right. Actually, the thing is, the pattern is same. Okay. And I have currently 60 to 70 students under me right now who is taking session from me for this project management. Right. So sometimes I myself become jumbled up that whatever I have, told previously or what I didn't tell.
What I was expecting, sir, you will put some twist. I'm expecting that you are already given this example. Somewhere you will put some twist definitely. Then I'm trying for the particular twist. When you are asking the question, that I understood that maybe
Full-time trainer.
Sorry?
You are a full-time trainer to Henry.
No. I'm not the full-time one. Actually, I am a project manager and I'm working in a iron and steel company. I'm handling project. And you can say, yes, in West Bengal, and you can say that providing sessions is my passion. This training and development is my passion. And when I started my career, I used to be a trainer, and my mother is also a teacher. So, I am very much inspired by my mother, and I can't actually get myself out of this training thing. So that is the reason very little time I managed to get these, manage to myself get into this session. But you can say it is my hobby, it is my passion. That is the reason I'm doing this session.
Sir, it is there in your blood, sir. And
That
Bengal
is the
teachers,
thing.
they got respect all over the India. They got respect. Bengal teachers, they got some highest. India, if someone asks who's best teachers, yeah, definitely they will towards Bengal. Kerala nurse, Bengal teachers, they are all.
Actually, I'm fortunate enough that I came into contact with so many good person from where I have learned so many things from them, and they also cared for me, and I had interacted with so many people. Like I have student right now. I have student from Kerala, from Chennai, from Hyderabad, it's Andhra Pradesh, from Odisha, from West Bengal itself. from Madhya Pradesh, from Himachal Pradesh. So there are so many types of places from where I am getting my student, and I'm very much fortunate for that. And apart from that, I have trained people from the United States, from UK, from Iraq, from I'm not getting the name, Istanbul, right? Istanbul. Okay, then Prague, this kind of places. So the main thing I have, I have had within me, like my understanding, like all the people are very much career oriented. There's a reason they have taken this course into the consideration. And there are many people who are trying to have a move from their domain. That is also one of the things which I have understood, and it is very demandable certification along the global. That is also one thing. So if you can complete this course, this PMP examination successfully, then definitely I tell you that you are having very bright future. But enjoy this understanding thing. Do not get demotivated and try to understand the logics. That's it. There is nothing else in this. So I believe it's 9:32. So you must be hungry. So let's take a break. Let's complete the dinner. And again, we will return to this because we have already completed this section. Okay, let's do one thing. Just give me more 10 minutes. We are about to complete this domain. Okay. So leadership skill. Apart from leadership skill, we have leadership style. So tailoring leadership style. So we have discussed so many things, what we need to do, what we need not to do, everything. But for PMI, project remains same. Okay, means the systems remain same. Whether you are focused on small project, you are focused on big project, whether it's a mid-sized project, it doesn't matter. Matters what? Your application, right? First of all, you need to experience your project. You need to understand the maturity level of the project team members. You need to understand the organizational governance structure, and you need to understand distributed project teams. Based on these things, you need to enhance or decrease the processes, the reporting style, or your application. That is what known to us as tailoring leadership styles, right? So let me mark this. So you can take a screenshot and you can save this thing. And at the end of the session, just remind me when we will complete the entire session. Just remind me. I will give you a note how you can connect this thing with the Pimbox 7th edition. It's just a mind mapping diagram, because if you see the Pimbox 7th edition, it is very huge. So it is going to give you a quick guidance how to navigate through the book. Okay. All right. So you can take the screenshot. So this domain is complete.
Sir, after completion of this course, especially if at all after completion of this PMP, hello, sir.
Yes, tell me. Actually, I was speaking on mute.
Okay. Actually, sir, after completion of this course, if I could able to clear this out, clear in this exam.
Definitely, you're going to clear that thing. Why, if there is no space of it?
Yes. After clearing this, as a 20 years of experience in aviation, sir, in which sector do I need to go in production
You
maintenance.
yes, you can remain on that because in aviation it's a booming sector and you can easily get into any company where they can uh, initiate any kind of project. You can definitely be a part of that.
Yes, sir.
Okay, you are an AME, right?
Yeah, aircraft maintenance, aviation, aircraft maintenance, production and maintenance cadre.
Okay, actually, I feel this job is very adventurous. You know, every time you need to work with the engines and all.
Yeah, of course, that hardships are there. But what I'm asking for a project in a project management prospect prospect of view, which sector is better? So there's some kind of sectors are there where frequent projects are there. As a project man, if I'm looking to enhance my career in project management prospect of view, then which sector, apart from this, which sector is beneficial? The career oriented. If I'm thinking career oriented, then which sector do you need to? Other than aviation, is there any other sector which is booming in respect
Other
of
than
this?
aviation,
Yes,
yes, construction,
instructions. Okay.
then heavy engineering like shipping corporation.
Hmm.
But I feel, you know, in aviation, there are a lot of projects which is
Yeah,
going
yeah.
on.
I know about this pros and cons of aviation as I
Yes,
was
but
involved
as
for
you
the
have
last
20
20
years of experience in
Yeah.
this,
Yes, sir.
I believe that, you know, you must stick to this because you will become SME on this. So you will be valued.
Yes, sir.
It's
Okay,
not
so
good, you know, to change the domain.
yeah, that's
Because
what
if you
I'm
change
asking.
the domain, you are having 20 years of experience. So whenever you are changing your domain, you are having 0 years experience in
0
that.
years experience. Okay. No
That
value
is
for
the problem. No value for the thing.
yes, sir.
20 years means 2 decades. For 2 decades, you have gained experience, right? Blood and sweat.
Yes, sir.
Why to make that thing go in vain?
Yes, sir. Yeah, that's what I'm asking. Just I want to know because I don't have much knowledge about the civil sectors and just I want to just I want to clarify my doubt. Other than aviation, if I'm looking for towards something which is as a project management, construction, shipping, or these are all in a
Yes,
better.
yes, yes, of course.
Okay.
You know, as you have experience, you can focus towards the R&D department of
Research
aviation
and
sector.
development. Yes, sir.
Yes, it's a good place for you to gain experience as well as to implement the knowledge, whatever you have gained in these years.
Yes, sir.
So where do you stay?
Right. I'm staying in Chennai, sir. Right now I'm in Chennai.
Okay, okay. And you are from?
Andhra, Visakhapatnam, Andhra Pradesh.
Okay, Vizag. Oh,
Yes,
nice
sir. Vizag.
place. Nice place. I have my student from Indian Navy.
Oh, Navy. Okay.
I have student Indian Navy, Indian Army. So they are
Oh, I
very-
fulfilled that Air Force. From Air Force, now I joined. So from 3 forces, having students from all the forces, Army, Navy, Air Force.
Yes, Air Force, Navy, and Army. From the 3 force, I have my student. I had my student, and
Yes.
3 of them were very talented.
Yeah.
While talking with them, you know, they made me feel like I'm talking with a responsible person. The way they talk is very different from the general people used to talk. They are very systematic. They use very choosy words to express them. That makes the difference. Okay, so Kalpana, are you there? Still Kalpana didn't join.
Yes, yes, I am there. I'm listening.
Okay. All right. Okay, so the third domain in Agile
I
project
think
management.
so,
Yes.
tailoring leadership styles. You explained something, right, regarding a tailoring. It's like customizing our leadership. And
Mm-hmm.
that's it in that.
Yes, that's it. Didn't you take the screenshot?
I took.
Okay.
We have
So
taken it, but nothing. It was nothing was written, sir.
Yes.
Just like you have given some few examples for other the leadership skills, high
Yes.
performance.
Points under that.
Don't worry. You can remind me after I complete these all domains. I will
Okay.
provide you the mind mapping diagram so that it would become easier for you to go through the entire book of PMBOK 7th edition. Okay. Don't
Okay.
forget to tell me. I have it with me. I have prepared for you.
Okay.
Okay. So right now we need to talk about the development approach and life cycle performance domain. So one of the most important decision you will make on any project is what development approach you will take, what methodology you will base it on, and how you will structure your project life cycle. So development life cycle and development approach means the same thing. Both are based on decision to plan and manage a project using a particular development approach. Now, like previously, I showed you one thing, that is why we should go through this, why we should understand this domain. So here we need to understand this domain because we need to understand, apart from that, project lifecycle phases, the project lifecycle phases, and connection with business delivery. And there is number 3, that is project lifecycle phases. So these are the things what we are going to learn here. So throughout the session, I kept telling deliverable, deliverable. So what is deliverable? Deliverable means any unique product or service or result which is required to be produced in a project. The outcome of the project can be regarded as deliverable. But what is development approach? Various methods which are used to create and evolve product using project life cycles, like predictive, iterative, incremental, adaptive, hybrid. These all are known to us as development approach. Then comes project phase. Project phase is a collection of logically related project activities which is required to complete all the project activities. And we have project life cycle. It is a series of phases that a project passes through from its start to its completion. So all the definition, whatever I am telling, is based on PMBOK, and you will get that thing in the book. I will show you. Okay. So there is no need to write down anything. You can just listen. So in this domain, we are going to focus on certain things like development cadence, delivery cadence, then consideration for selecting a development approach, life cycle and phase definitions, the aligning of delivery cadence, development approach, and life cycle. Now, development, cadence, and life cycle relationship. Now, can anyone tell me that what do you mean by cadence?
It's basically a study.
Yeah, please go.
No, please, Kalpana, carry on.
I didn't understand what he mean.
Cadence, C-A-D-E-N-C-E, cadence. Is it known to you?
Cadence,
Ravi?
this cadence just come in agile. Show me some picture, na, sir. In agile manner, that approach, that change-based approach, that agile one. In that, some cadence what has come. That especially it is talking about some knowledge.
No, see, cadence is equivalent
Sequential
to
steps.
It's a sequence, but not steps.
Steps, not steps. Okay, okay.
Actually, cadence is like the frequency of doing something. Sometime what happens, we create some product, right? But we can't deliver. Like, if you can take an example of aviation. Suppose Air India has ordered A380. Now, is it possible that Airbus can deliver 6 A380s at the same time? Of course not.
Of course, that depends upon plant size and all.
And says and all, right? So what Airbus can tell to Air India that
We will
we
deliver phase wise.
yes, we need 4 months. Within 4 months, we are going to deliver you
Yes, yes.
the entire project. Or if you have initiated a project where Airbus is designing a flight for Air India only, the national carrier. So in order to assemble that mass, that big, that giant, it's not possible to carry all the things at once to the plant, the assembly unit, and assemble the entire thing. So what they can tell, within 1 month of time, we will be carrying all the components of the machine and will assemble in Indian plant. Now the frequency, suppose they have provided the body, then they took the engine from Rolls-Royce, provided the engine. Then they have taken the safety measurements, and they have taken the seats, then wing, then wheel. So one by one, they are providing the components of the flight, the aeroplane. So the gaps in between 1 and 2, 2 and 3, 3 and 4, 4 and 5, these gaps are known to us as cadence. Understood? Kalpana, understood?
Yes.
Okay.
Means like a continuous follow-up or something, doing something.
It's a frequency. It's a frequency of delivery.
Okay.
जब हम लोग खाने के लिए बैठते हैं, when we sit all together to have lunch or dinner, मम्मी जी खाना परोसती है ना. So it's not like she took everything at once and give it to us at once. First of all, she gave us the rice or the roti, then dal, then sabzi, then something else, then something else, then something else. That is what cadence is, one by one by one by one by one.
Means like frequency of the delivery with the updated one, or means like
Suppose there are some sort of things, some sort of project, which is not possible to deliver at once. So what we need to do, we need to provide it by 2 time, by 3 time, by 4 time to complete the project. When we are providing that thing in more than one, then that's the cadence, means the frequency interval time of providing any component of the project or any deliverable of the project.
yes.
The deliverables itself tells you how it should get developed. Suppose when we need to develop any product, you need to choose the development approach, whether it should be the waterfall or the agile or the hybrid. You need to choose that thing, but how you can choose that thing? So actually the deliverable itself tells you how you should choose that life cycle, means which delivery approach you must take to it is going to tell you. So the type of deliveries of projects may change from project to project. So there are projects which have single delivery. There are some projects which are having multiple deliveries. There are also some projects which is having periodic deliveries. Okay, let me share one thing with it. It would give you better understanding than this. So can you see the screen?
Oh, yes, sir. Some definitions.
Okay, some definitions. These are the definitions I was talking about. Don't worry, I will give you all this. No need to take screenshot, or if you can take, but no need, not required. Okay. So I was talking about development cadence and life cycle relationship. Now, delivery cadence tells us the timing and frequency of project deliverables, because project can have single delivery, project can have multiple delivery, project can have periodic delivery. So what is single delivery? There are some project where after ending the project, the delivery is made one time. That is single delivery. Multiple delivery. These are the projects where after the project gets an end, the delivery has to do with multiple times. Suppose the project is based on pharma. So while creating a drug, it may have multiple deliveries, what we say multiple trials. In time of COVID-19, we have faced that thing that people are not getting out of their home. And after that, research and development based on the research, they have come up with the COVID-19 vaccine. So we sat in front of the TV and we heard the news that first trial of COVID-19 vaccine is successful. The second trial of the COVID-19 vaccine is successful. The third trial of the COVID vaccine is successful. So these are known to us as multiple delivery. Then comes periodic delivery. So these are the projects where the after ending of the project, there are some fixed delivery schedules. So if you take an example, a software development, then we may find that developing a software often provides some updates, right? Like as an example for your laptop, computer, or your smartphone. So every after 6 months, Android is giving up to update. Right? So there are also another delivery which is known to us as continuous delivery. Okay. Continuous delivery. So continuous delivery is the practice of delivering feature and increments immediately to customers using some small batches, or you can say work automation technology. It can be seen in several approaches like development operation, node projects, continuous digital, and so on. Now comes development approaches. Now, a development approach is the means used to create and evolve the project, service, or result during a project life cycle. Different industries has different development approaches. So as you can see, there are three development approaches we have in front of you. One is predictive, one is adaptive, and one is hybrid. You are already aware of this thing. Again, I'm giving some information into it. So the
Predictive
first
is a
and well-known,
waterfall.
yes, predictive is equal to waterfall
Waterfall,
or
adaptive is
fully
agile,
planned.
and hybrid is a combination of both predictive and adaptive.
Yes. The other name of predictive approach is waterfall.
Waterfall,
And
plan-based
again,
approach.
yes, fully plan driven cycle. Okay. So when you have clear picture of the project, then you can take this life cycle. So with this methodology, you rely on more detailed requirement as you move from the start of the project to its end. However, you do not have the flexibility to make changes after your team starts working without carefully vetting them. For this reason, it's a good choice when you know how a project needs to go and what the outcome should be. This development approach allows the project team to reduce the level of the uncertainty of because the scope, because of the schedule, because of the cost and risk, because these things can be well defined in early phases in the project life cycle. If we take some advantages, what are the advantages if we go for the waterfall or predictive or fully planned driven approach? Then the cost of the project can be estimated before the project gets started, because we know that after doing complete research and development thing, after estimation of all the things, the project gets started. So before we start the project, we will become aware that how much of cost we need to bear, what is the estimate, what is the budget is known to us. If there is any new entry of internal stakeholders, that means while in the project, it is a normal procedure that some people may get transferred to any other project. Some people may resign from that particular organization, or some new people may join this organization. then the individual can get into the pace of the project running, because everything he or she need to know is well defined. Thirdly, we can say, as there is no change of scope of the project, the work will get completed within given time. There are no changes in the project scope. You can't make any changes in the scope if you have started the project. Lastly, the risk associated with the project also get diminished because everything is planned, right? We can have that understanding what is about to be done. So moreover, if we think about waterfall approach, then some common things comes in our mind, like sequential phases, one time, all in one delivery at the end of the time of the project, upfront, rigorous planning and documentation, difficult to measure the progress midway, low customer involvement during the project, and so on. Now, people always think, okay, agile is very flexible. So agile is the only methodology which we should opt for. But I can give you some situation where the waterfall model is considered better over agile approaches. Now, when the requirement and the project scope are known and are not subject to change, we can opt for waterfall. When we have budget and the delivery timeline a fixed one, then we can go for waterfall. When we have lower customer involvement in our ongoing project or in the project we are going to start, we can choose waterfall. We can't choose like started, it's my mistake. Before starting the project, we can choose waterfall because there is no scope of engaging any customer, right? Technology to be used is known and well understood. Basically, heavy industries, manufacturing industries uses this kind of approach. Then comes adaptive approach. So agile project management utilizes an iterative approach that includes frequent and continuous releases with feedback incorporated throughout. The focus is on early involvement of the stakeholders, which constant improve the product and processes. Rather than following a strict linear method like waterfall, they adapt all the thing, they gets collaborated, and this entire approach make it easier to implement changes when it is required. Therefore, your team may be making changes as new learning they are getting from the project, which is a requirement of the project. Means in order to complete the project, they also need to learn, they also need to understand. So this ensures the delivery of well-designed and thoroughly tested product that match customers' need. In this type of approach, the project management requires some steps to follow one by one. And after every completion of the stages, the work can progress. First one, in agile, see in waterfall methodology, what all are the steps, the process groups we have?
Initiation, planning,
Yes,
execution, monitoring, and controlling.
very good. Here in agile, in adaptive, we have requirements, then design. You can take a note of this. It's very, very, very important. First, we take requirement, then we do design, then we develop,
So when
integration. Yes.
in
Okay.
adaptive,
Okay, let me give you that in the chat for your easy understanding.
Always design, develop, integration.
I have given it in the chat. Requirements, then design, development, integration, and testing, lastly, deployment.
is it development approach or the adaptive? In the adaptive.
Adaptive and agile is same.
Sir, what is the last one, sir? After testing?
Deployment. Instead of completing all these mentioned steps for the product feature at once, they are broken out into iterations, small chunks. And these chunks are known to us as sprints. So this methodology is very much flexible and allows for more effective approach, providing constant and continuous improvement quality. Now, when to choose this kind of approach? Now, in terms of waterfall, we have told one thing, that we choose waterfall because when we see that the project scope is known and not subject to change. It is just the opposite of this. When requirements and project scopes are subjected to change, we need to go for adaptive approach. Budget and delivery timelines are fixed in adaptive approach, as this approach is subjected to research and development, okay, and testing the product. So this particular process doesn't have fixed delivery timeline or budget, because see, when the timeline is getting expanded, normally the budget will also get expanded. Right.
So
Then the
compared to predictive, sir, this adaptive is little expensive, right? Budget wise, right, sir?
Yes, of course. For the same type of work, if we say,
Okay, same type
because
of
we
work.
can't compare two projects based on
Yes.
approaches only, right?
Okay.
Then comes low customer involvement is needed when we were focused towards the predictive approach, right? But in agile approach, customer involvement is one of the mainly required things, because agile is meant for that. So you need to prepare the product, you need to test the product, you can focus on the customers, what the customers are telling. Based on their reply, you can make change in your product or develop your product, right? So customer involvement is needed or required if you go for the agile one or adaptive one.
That means, sir, in adaptive only, no, sir, that partially we will make a product and we will give it to the customer, and after taking feedback from him, accordingly we will develop to further stage, right, sir?
Yes. So that particular thing is known to us as MVP, minimum viable product. Suppose you are, yes, suppose you are onto some project which is creating money transfer application like Paytm or PhonePe or Google. Now, how would you differ yourself from the others? So you have changed the UX design, how it looks, how it feels. And instead of developing the entire software, you just provided some sort of options over there, sorry, which are very much mandatory to use the product, like adding account, adding UPI account, transferring the money, registering, these all things, checking balance, these all things, some nominal things. Now you can do one thing in order to understand how people are reacting on your product, whether they are definitely would like to go for your product, they would like to use your product, or they are least bothered. You need to understand, because often coming up with a new product for a new company is very much challenging and risky. So they don't want to take any chances. That's the reason they didn't fully develop the program. Rather, they program it in such a way that limited controls are there and people can give their feedback what they are having. Based on the feedback, further development can be taken place. Now, when you are focused towards this agile or adaptive approach, you don't do the entire job at once. You break the entire job in smaller pieces because you want to perfection. Okay, so you do what? You do develop the smaller part. You do develop the smaller part of that project. You test it. If the testing result is okay, then you are moving towards the second one, which is known as incremental process. And if you, after testing, getting that the product is not working as per my expectation, again, you build that product. That is known to us as iterative process. So iterative plus incremental equals to agile, but or adaptive. Clear?
Yes, sir. Understood. Sir.
Okay. Lastly, we can see hybrid approach. So hybrid means the combined thing, mixing the traditional waterfall project management methods with the iterative agile approaches. So here, in this approach, some elements from a predictive approach you can take, and some elements from adaptive approach you can use. So if the project is consisting of some modules, like which is subjected to research and develop and known things, then we can use the hybrid approach. Okay. Like EV projects. EV projects always uses hybrid approach because the automobile companies are well aware about the structure of the car, the chassis of the car, the body of the car, the aerodynamics of the car, and everything. What they need to focus on, they just need to focus on battery and the motor, the electric motor, which drives the car. So in this case, you don't need to develop the body of the car. So you can use the creative approach. You know how to build the body of the car. So you can build the car, but after that, as you are not aware of the motors or the batteries where to keep, you can use the agile methodology in order to make a perfect one. Perfection should be there. In this way, we use hybrid approach. So a project manager who uses WBS methodology, means work breakdown structure methodology, as the overall project responsibility. So the sprints are usually run by the Scrum Masters. Again, this Scrum thing is a separate chapter, and I'm going to show that thing later on. If I forget, I will not forget. If I somehow forget, remind me. Okay. So this is what these three kinds of approaches are.
Sir, one question. In this
Yes.
hybrid, what about this scope, delivery date, and the budget? Are they fixed or are they changeable?
No, they are changeable. See, the
Changeable.
scope is somehow changeable and somehow fixed. Right?
It contains both the qualities like waterfall and
Yes.
agile.
Yes.
But then certain part will be, suppose it's a hybrid and it is combined of predictive and adaptive. So there will be changes as per the requirement or the situation. Right, sir?
Yes. Kalpana, what was the last organization? Means what is your work in the last organization?
I was in operations. It was a financial industry.
Okay, finance. Okay, I just wanted to know the domain. Just so
And-
yes, go on.
But unfortunately, I worked there for 6 months only due to some medical emergency. Prior to that, I was with a rating agency. It is a pioneer in a rating agency. It's CRISIL.
Okay.
PMP.
Oh, that's it. I just wanted to know the domain. Okay, so for Ravi, suppose a new fighter jet. Suppose we know the MiG, right? MiG series aircraft. Now the company again coming up with a new variety of MiG. Do you think that entire MiG will get constructed using agile?
Not possible, sir.
Not possible because why they should waste their time? Because already they have that thing, right? So they can take the materials, but as they are coming up with some new thing, they can make some changes. Now, when making the changes, they can focus on agile.
Okay.
So it is making the hybrid one.
Sir, you are saying about the WBS hybrid work breakdown. What is S stands for?
Structure, work breakdown structure, WBS.
Structure.
WBS is nothing, but it's the hierarchy of the entire project team working under the project manager. That's it. Supervisor, associate supervisor, driver, helper, contractor, subcontractors, all those. Okay.
Understood.
So for Kalpana, I didn't get any tailored example on waterfall approach because your domain is a bit different.
Yes. But I can understand, sir, because I used to normally there for a UAT in applications wherever we need some changes as per the, as per the regulatory, because we used to run as per the SEBI and RBI.
Yes.
Yeah. So
Right.
always now and then there was a adaptive method is to be there, because when auditor is to come, they want everything to be on one screen and it shouldn't be an editable. So we has to follow that process.
Yes. I believe as you were in banking industry, you have also have some understanding of Swift.
Switch. No, so
Swift, 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 the software.
yeah, Swift code.
Right. So if the company just think like this, if the company or you have the control over Finacle, right?
Finacle. Yeah, I have heard, but we used to work on CRM and custom
Okay,
connect.
CRM. Okay. Now suppose that company which has already provided the CRM is coming up with a new CRM. So do you think that they will start doing from designing that part from the primitive level? Of course not, because they already have their CRM with them. So they will take all the codes, but they will make some necessary changes in terms of look, feel, and some working methodology. That's it. That means they are taking the maximum thing from the previous software, which is making the approach as predictive one, but in the same time, they are going to upgrade some sort of things which is subjected to make changes based on the feedback. So that thing will be handled through agile. So the entire software is being made using hybrid approach.
Is it possible that every process means like more of how many % of process or the project will be a hybrid, or it will be a certain part there will be only a predictive? I believe very less amount will be a predictive. It will be always a hybrid.
If you see the project nowadays, every project is hybrid. More or
Yes.
less every project is hybrid.
Exactly, because of the advanced technologies.
Advanced technologies, and you can say that automobile industry,
Yeah.
and then aviation industry, then construction industry, even the pharmaceutical industry, the IT industry, all are focused toward this thing.
Yeah, because after COVID, we are into a pattern of hybrid only. So
Yes,
that has made us more into agile.
yes. I believe you are using Android phone, right?
Yes.
Are you using Android phone?
Yes, yes.
Yes. So when Android phone first started, so it was the version 1.
Yeah.
Later on, they came with version 2, then 3. Right now, we are using version 13. Version 14 is about to get released.
Yes.
All these changes are made using hybrid approach. They have worked based on whatever they had.
Yes.
When Android 2 came, they didn't started from the core of it because the core is already with them.
Mhm.
So they have started modifying them using agile. So they already have predictive approach. They used agile approach. They combined, so they have the hybrid one.
So for to go with the hybrid model, is it
Mhm.
that time consuming will be less or more? Because in hybrid, certain part is already a waterfall, means whatever is it is set, it will be there and we have to follow that. And after that, there will be some agile into it. So
Yes.
will it be time consuming or it
No,
will?
of course not. Because see, we are doing fast tracking.
Yeah.
We have something with us. We need to start from zero. We can start from 5 or 10 or 15 or 20 or 30 or 50.
Hmm.
Rest amount of work we need to complete.
But then, sir, 40% or whatever, some part of a predictive method,
Yes.
it is already done and it is set. But we
Yes.
have to work for another 50%. So
Yes.
is it not that the time consuming will be less also and more also?
Generally, it is less because
Yeah, half
the
of the
main
work.
thing the main part of this thing, that is the design part, is completely done. See, design doesn't mean how it looks and feels. Design is how it works, right? So definitely is going to decrease the timeline.
Yeah, because previously you said to Ravi that it will be impact on the monetary thing because we are adapting some new things.
No, of
So
course, see, budget, cost and budget is everything. Now you are on the project, and if the organization who has initiated project didn't give you money, it is not possible for you to run the project. So it's a different thing. Your resources are getting blocked. You are starving, but you are not getting food. It is your problem, or it is a problem who is feeding you. It is a problem of who is feeding you, right? You went to your friend's party. Now you are starving. Now whose fault is that? Is it your fault, or is it that your friend's fault that she is not taking care of yours? Same thing. Now the thing is, what development approach we should go for. So there are several factors which influences on choosing development approaches. We can divide these factors into two categories. One is product or service or result. Okay. These we need to understand some variables if we're talking about the product, service or result. Like, we need to focus on degree of innovation. We know that when the project team has understanding of the project scope and deliverables, means which is well understood, then predictive approach is best suited approach. But the scope and the deliverable have high degree of innovation, and project team does not have understanding of the project scope and deliverables, then adaptive approach is best suited for the approach. And in terms of requirement certainty, if the requirement is known and is way to describe, then we can go for predictive approach, which is best suited. But when requirement is uncertain, volatile, or complex, and there is possibility of evolve throughout the tenure of the project, then adaptive approach is the best suited approach. Right? Scope of stability. You can say the scope of stability. Like, when the scope of the project is stable in its position and is not subjected to change, then generally and definitely we can use predictive approach. But if the scope is subjected to get changed, then we must focus on adaptive approach. Ease of change. When the nature of the deliverable makes the work difficult to incorporate or manage the change what we are going to make, then predictive approach is best. But deliveries can adapt and incorporate the change easily, then adaptive approach is best. Delivery options. We have learned about delivery cadence some time back, right? So the nature of the deliverable has great impact on on development approach. So the deliverable means the product or service which can be developed or delivered into pieces are aligned with the incremental or iterative or adaptive approaches. When it's a big project, using predictive approach is preferable, but some of the pieces which can be developed incrementally. Then comes risk. So deliverables which surrounded by risk, it is the best to analyze the everything before choosing the development approach. Like I've given the example of pharma. So some products are associated with high risk, and it may require significant open planning and difficult procedure to diminish threats. For others, products like risk can be reduced by adapting design and development based on emerging opportunities to minimize threats. Safety requirements. When it comes to adapt the predictive approach, then rigorous safety measures sometime may become required and must get ensured about its identification, planning, creation, integration, testing, these all things. And lastly, we need to understand the regulations. So when there is presence of some regulatory environment, we should use predictive approach because it needs a process to get completed and everything will get documented and demonstrated. Then comes project. So there are project variables which has influence on development approach and centered around the stakeholders, schedule constraints. So if we talk about this project, then further we can have stakeholders. When we have project, we have stakeholders, right? So stakeholders are required and their involvement and necessary when project use adaptive methods. So product owner who comes under certain stakeholders role plays a considerable role in creating a project. Schedule constraint would be there. Funding availability, like I was saying, approach can be taken as iterative or adaptive in a project where there is uncertainty in funding. Before it is a major project, an MVP can be produced to create investment. Later, based on the product response from the market, products can be produced as per necessities. Now, let's understand about the organizational variables like structure, culture, capability, project team size, and location, which has influence on development approaches. So first, we have to understand the organizational structure. So organizational structure with multiple levels having rigid reporting. So on the other hand, the project which use adaptive approach tend to have flat organizational structure where structure operates within self-organizing project team. If we talk about culture in an organization, then it is an organization where there is the culture of managing and directing, or where work is planned out and progress is measured against baseline, then we should select the predictive approach. And on the other hand, in the organization which is focused towards project team and self-management, we should go for adaptive one. And if we focus on organization's capability, then transition from one to another is a big thing. So when organization goes through transition, means when it shifts from predictive approach to adaptive approach, means welcoming agile methods, means the organization now be agile. It also starts shifting the mindset, starting at the executive level throughout the organization. In order to get aligned with agile, the organizational policies, ways of working, reporting structure, and attitude must get absorbed. So these are the things I believe we should not go further because there are so many things I have told you today and it's a bit problematic if I say you everything. But if you want, I can tell you.
Adi,
Should we go?
we can cover it in half an hour. Or...
Yes, we can cover it. It is very easy.
Yeah. If Ravi is okay, then okay.
Ravi?
Sir, definitely, sir, we'll continue.
Okay. So variables of a product plays a significant role to choose the project phase in a project lifecycle. So can you remember when we talked about phase of project lifecycle?
Yes.
So what was the phase? You told me, Ravi. Those are the approaches.
Initiation, planning, execution.
Yes, those are the approaches.
Mounting and control.
Yes, those are the approaches. But here we are focused towards the phases. First phase would be the feasibility. This phase actually determines if the business case is valid and if the organization has the capacity to deliver the intended outcome. Then comes design. You can see design. So planning and analysis lead to the design of the project deliverables of the product that is going to develop. Then comes build. So construction with the deliverable with integrated quality assurance activities is conducted. Then comes deploy. Project deliverables are put into some transactional services required for sustainment, benefit realization, and organizational change management. Lastly comes closure. So the project is closed, project knowledge and artifacts are archived after achieving them, and project team members are released and contracts are closed. Yes. Now, when we are on to aligning of delivery cadence and development approach and life cycle, I should give an example to you. Okay. Let me give you the example bit. Okay, I need to read it because I'm not able to share it. It is not letting me share the thing. So let me read it for you. Okay, basically it's a project. Right? So a project to develop a new community center might use a predictive approach for the construction of the grounds and facilities. The scope, schedule, cost, and resources would be determined upfront, and changes would likely be minimal. The construction process would follow the plans and blueprints. As a part of community center, a project to establish senior services could be developed and deployed iteratively. For example, the first iteration could be a Meals on Wheel program. This could be followed by a transportation service, then group of outings and events, caregiver relief, adult daycare, and so forth. Each service would be complete on its own and could be deployed when it was available. This example is based on the PMBOK 7th edition is available. Okay. So each additional service would improve and increase the senior service for the community. A project to establish training for community action patrol volunteers could use an incremental approach. The training comprised of basic training, logistics training, and patrol training can be developed by different people. It can be developed at the same time in modules or one module can be developed, feedback gathered. Now there are some sort of things which you can see over here. That is, while we are building, creating a building, we are structuring a building. So if we are structuring a building, it's not possible that we come up with one wall and tell that person, okay, one wall is created, set yourself inside it, then I'm going to create 3 more walls. Okay. Then I will create the roof, right? It is not possible, right? So every time if we are on to this kind of project, we need to complete the project and we need to give it to you. So that is the reason. If it's cadence, from the perspective of cadence, it could be a single time delivery, and the development approach should be creative, because before building a home, before building a flat, we used to understand the budget, the timeline, the requirements, and the scope is fixed. Then comes senior services. You have heard the thing senior services. So senior services is equivalent to multiple cadence, okay, because they are not providing the entire service at once. Okay, they are having some frequency, based on that they are providing the service. So that's the reason it is multiple delivery, and development approach is iterative. That means they will make them understand till they understand. Like I do every time when I say something, I used to repeat that. Do you understand? Do you understand? If you understand, then only I will focus towards the next lesson. So same thing is here, iterative. Then comes to website. So senior services is multiple delivery cadence, and development approach is iterative.
No, what will be the senior services? Like I didn't get you.
Okay, senior services means educating the aged people regarding something.
Okay.
Suppose those senior peoples are living together, husband, wife is living, but their son is not with them, he is residing elsewhere. At that point of time, you can make them understand if someone comes to you, you should take these steps if that person is unknown. So this type of service is senior services. Then comes website. We know that website is in need of updation, right? So that is the reason it is periodic delivery. That means whether it could be 1 month or it could be 1 year or 5 months, anything. Okay. And it is adaptive. That means whenever we are focused towards building a website, we used to take feedback of the customer, of the client, or the visitor. Based on their concern, we modify our websites. Then comes community action patrol training. So it is also having multiple deliveries and incremental, means once one thing gets completed, then only they can focus on the second one. That's it. Now, can anyone tell me that whatever we have done so far?
So far we have studied about
We have studied about team performance domain. In that, shared ownership, high performance team, leaderships, and interpersonal skill demonstration by team members.
No,
All this.
for this particular domain, what we have just completed.
Development approach of live performance domain. You
Right.
asked that?
Yes.
Yeah. So in that,
aligning of delivery cadence and development approach life cycle.
Development cadence.
Delivery cadence and development approach.
Yes. Now see,
According
recalling
to
all those. Yes,
according
go on,
to
go on.
delivery, what kind of approach we need to
Yes.
that we have studied.
Yes,
That
the
depends upon
frequency.
deliverable.
Yes. Now the thing is a bit tricky. We have done so many things, a lot of things. So it's a bit tricky, but focus on this at a glance. What we are focused towards, development approach and life cycle performance domain. Then what we have, development cadence. We have learned about development cadence and life cycle relationship. Then has delivery cadence, development approaches, consideration for selecting a development approaches, life cycle and phase definitions, a line of delivery cadence, development approach and life cycle. These are two, you can ignore this. So under delivery cadence, we have 3 types of delivery cadence. One is single, one is multiple, one is periodic. Single means one-time delivery. Multiple means many delivery. It is not time bound, specific time bound. And there is periodic. It's a time bound thing. So periodic delivery means every after a couple of time, couple of months, couple of years, like this, couple of weeks, like this.
there was one more.
Sorry. Okay, that's continuous delivery is missing, right? So continuous delivery is a separate thing, and it can come under this periodic delivery. That is the reason.
Operation.
Yes. Right. Now comes development approaches. So there are 3 development approaches. One is predictive or waterfall or fully plannable approach. One is adaptive approach and one is hybrid approach. Now, if we take these considerations for selecting a development approach, if we would like to understand which development approach we must go for. So what we have, product, service or result, based on this, based on project only, based on organizational variables. If we choose product, service or result, then we have degree of innovation, requirement certainty, scope stability, means these are the elements. It influences the product, service and result. For product, it is the shareholder, schedule constraint, funding availability. And for organizational variables, it is organizational structure, organizational culture, and capability. And if we talk about life cycle and phase definition, the definitely we are having feasibility, design, build, deploy, and close in order to go for a project.
Testing missing, sir?
Sorry?
Test missing.
Yes, testing. Testing. So this is what a mind mapping diagram is. So if you keep this thing with yourself, I think PMBOK 7th edition would be better understandable for you.
Also, sir, I didn't find out Rita Malke, Mulke in system. I didn't know where to search.
I will tell you, just focus on whatever we're doing right now.
Sorry, I thought you were complete.
No, definitely I'm going to help on that. So don't be impatient. Lots of way, it's a large way to go, right? Lots of steps we need to take. So right now you can focus on what we are going through. Later on, I will definitely guide you on that. Don't worry. So this is the at a glance view, and you can take a screenshot of this. Okay. All right. So today we have gone through so many things. Right. So it's a bit puzzling, right? Now tomorrow again from 7:30 we have session. Tomorrow we will be focusing towards more things. After we complete this thing, I will tell you everything about waterfall methodology, details about it. Then we will focus on the Scrum part. Okay. And then I will show you the questions one by one. Okay. 1 minute. Let me show you some questions. Okay, is it visible to all of you?
Yes, sir.
Okay. The VP of marketing approaches you and requests that you change the visitor logon screen on the company's website to include a username with at least 6 characters. This is considered which of the following? Project initiation, ongoing operation, a project, or project execution. Read the questions first. Read the question first. Just excuse me for 1 minute, okay?
Yes, sir.
Just excuse me for 1 minute.
Website today include a user with at least 6 characters. This is considered.
That means something is already existing. Further, we are making some changes, right?
But then VP, why would he will ask to candidate to do something in ongoing project?
That means he's doing some no, something is already existing in his website. Now what he feels login screen, the company website include username with the at least 6 characters. That it was change visitor logon. Whoever is coming, visitor logon screen. That visitor's name should be that should be included in the in their logon screen, right? So something is there on their website. The visitor information is there. Now he wants to include name also. He's including, right? So something is already existing. Further, he is making some amendments.
It will be a C option, a project.
Project. Is it a project?
Yeah, because see, project initiation, it will be start from a scratch, which is already done. Means initiation is already done. That's the reason he has came to that home page. Logo screen, right? Visitor logo screen. And ongoing.
Isn't it ongoing operations? Here in between came and giving some suggestion. Don't you think like that?
Operation is
Execution, project initiation.
Ongoing operation is something else, and project execution is completed. Execution means it's final, done.
Yeah, so D option is not there, I think.
Hmm.
Project initiation.
Project
Maybe-
initiation will also not be there. It is either from B or AC. Ongoing operation. See, operation term is different. Project is different. So I think it will be a C.
Project, huh?
Yes, because in some project only he is going to ask him to make some changes. Operation thing is something else, operational thing.
Hmm.
Or maybe I am a project.
Ongoing operations means the project is already under
Yeah.
under progress. It is work is already started and phase one is going on. Work is going on. In between, VP is the top management approached you to give some suggestions, amendments. We can say that amendments. That's why I thought that this be ongoing operations.
No. Your question is VP of marketing approaches
Hmm.
you and request that you change the visitor logo screen. Suppose I am a VP of marketing department. I'm approaching you regarding some of your project, and I have suggested you, please change the visitor logo screen on the company's website. That means project is already executed and he is requesting you to include a username with a 6 project execution phase over here. This is considered which of the following? See, mark.
C, huh? You think C? I think it's B. Okay, let us discuss with Partha sir.
Yes, the discussion was very good.
We only make discussion, we never come to conclusion.
That too for one question we have been discussing for half an hour, sir.
Okay, so the VP of the marketing approaches you and requests that you change the visitor logon screen on the company's website to include a username with at least 6 characters. This is considered with the following: initiation, operation, project execution. Okay, what do you think? What is your answer?
I thought B, ongoing operations.
Sir?
Some project was already under progress. In between, VP is coming and giving some suggestions. I will this also you include in that. Like that, I thought it is ongoing. Kalpana thinks it is C, project.
Okay. See, project exists to create a unique product or service or result, right?
Which has a starting date and ending date with a unique nature
Yes.
and deliverable.
Yes. So the logo on screen in this question is not a unique product.
Okay.
A minor change has been requested, indicated that this is an ongoing operation function. Some
So
of
B
the
is
criteria for project are there. They are having uniqueness, temporary with definitive start date and dates, and considered complete when the project goal is achieved. But this is an ongoing operation. So
B is the right answer.
ongoing operation would be the right answer. Now this is the way you need to choose the option. Let's check the second one. Your
Right.
company manufactures small kitchen appliances. It is introducing a new product lineup of appliances in designer colors with distinctive features for kitchens and small spaces. These new products will be offered indefinitely, starting with the spring catalog release. Which of the following is true? Option A, this is a project because this new product line has never been manufactured and sold by this company before. This is an ongoing operation because the company is in the business of manufacturing kitchen appliances, introducing designer colors and features is simply a new twist on an existing process. This is an ongoing option C. This is an ongoing operation because the new product line will be sold indefinitely. It's not temporary. Option D, this is not a project or an ongoing operation. This is a new product introduction, not affecting ongoing operation. What this is?
D option.
Option D, okay.
Because it is introducing a new product line of appliances in designer, color, and distinctive feature for a kitchen in a small space. this is not a project or an ongoing operation. This is a new product introduction, not affecting an ongoing operation. This is the normal.
I think A is the new option. This company is already in the manufacturing business. Now they are introducing some new product. So I think this is a project because this new product line has never been manufactured and sold by this company before. Because they are introducing this first time they are doing. They are already in this manufacturing small kitchen appliances manufacturing business. Yeah.
No, your question is your company manufactures small kitchen appliances. Manufactures.
Yeah, the company is already in this business, small kitchen appliance manufacturing business. Now
that-
they are introducing new product.
New product. So this,
Okay.
this
So when
why-
you are coming up with a new product, it's a project for them
Project. Yes.
to develop that product.
good, Ravi.
This is the twist, what you are going to get in the examination. Now you can understand, right? The tricks, what you are going to get.
Sir, normally in questions, is there anything like that where we need to focus and where we need to ignore? Is there anything like that in question?
No,
I'm asking.
no. You need to put your sense. You need to.
Okay.
You need to
But no,
first
sometimes they
listen.
used to, for twisting purpose, they put unwanted things.
Yes.
Just to distract
That's
us.
right. That's right.
And that we can understand only with the help of experience, right, sir?
Yes.
By practice. Okay, because I heard about that one. There is no meaning in that. There is no any connection with that question, but their intention will put that particular word, a particular line in that.
See,
From there, we will distract.
these new products will be offered indefinitely starting with the spring catalog release. Now, what is spring catalog?
This is
release,
where
right?
little I confused.
Yes. Again, your company manufactures small kitchen appliances. It is introducing a new product line of appliances in designer colors with distinctive feature for kitchens and small spaces. These new product will be offered indefinitely starting with the spring catalog release. To determine the characteristics and features of the new product line, you will have to perform which of the following: fast tracking, consulting with the stakeholders, planning for the project lifecycle, progressive elaboration. Now,
Sir.
this option A and option D, fast tracking and progressive elaboration, is not known to you, right?
Yes, sir. Yes, that's why I want to ask. What is fast tracking?
Yes. See, fast tracking in project management refers to the process of compressing the project schedule by reducing the duration of activities or tasks. Overlapping activities, or it can be said overlapping activities. The main objective of fast tracking is to complete the project earlier than its original scheduled completion date without compromising the quality of work. Right. So fast tracking can be achieved through several techniques like crashing, overlapping, resource leveling, time compression. That means suppose the organization has given you 6 months of time to complete a project, but you have completed that project in 5.5 months. That is what was fast tracking is. Okay. And if we say about progress elaboration, then in project management, progressive elaboration means the gradual refinement of a project plan as we spend time in the project. So it involves starting with a high level outline of the project scope and objectives and then extracting the details as project progresses. So this allows stakeholders to have a clear understanding of the overall direction of the project. So progressive elaboration helps ensure that all relevant parties remain aligned and focused on achieving the same goals. You can say that the ongoing improvement of a project plan is based on new things which have been learned and insight obtained during the project life cycle. That is what progressive elaboration is.
Answer will be C, sir, I guess. Yeah. Planning the project life cycles. And this it will come.
So it is a bit difficult.
Service and result, product, service, and
I will go with the D, sir. Progressive elaboration.
See, progressive elaboration is a process of determining the characteristics, features of the product of the project. Right. So progressive elaboration is carried out via steps in detailed fashion. So why you are choosing D?
Yes, okay.
It is introducing new product of line of appliances. So here it will be planning of the project life.
Answer is
No.
D only. Progress elaboration only. As whatever explanation you have given on that basis only, I have given that progress elaboration.
No. Can you explain, sir?
What is progress?
Uh,
It is the refinement of a project plan based on the time.
okay.
Suppose you have started the project, but as the project is getting grounded, you need to refine the
Fine, with
the
some
plan,
other quality.
refine the project plan. So when you are going to do that, you need to prepare a high level outline of the project scope, right? So that is the reason the answer would be progressive elaboration. This would be the last question. The VP of customer service has expressed concern over a project in which you have involved. His specific concern is that if the project is implemented as planned, he will have to purchase additional equipment to staff his customer service center. The cost was not taken into consideration in the project budget. The project sponsor insists that the project must go forward as originally planned or the customer will suffer. Which of the following is option A? The VP of customer service is correct. Since the cost was not taken into account at the beginning of the project should not go forward as planned. Project initiation should be revisited to examine the project plan and determine how changes can be made to accommodate customer service. Or option B, the conflict should be resolved in favor of the customer. Option C, the conflict should be resolved in the favor of the project sponsor. Option D, the conflict should be resolved in the favor of the VP of the customer service.